الإخوة والأخوات المضيفين، نأمل منكم التفضل بالتوجه إلى مواقع عملكم. ستفتح الأبواب بعد لحظات من الآن. نأمل من الجميع التوجه إلى أماكن عملهم. ستفتح الأبواب استقبالا للضيوف بعد لحظات من الآن. السيدات والسادة الكرام، نأمل منكم التفضل بالجلوس على مقاعدكم. سنبدأ بعد قليل من الآن. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We're starting shortly.
Prenez vos places, s'il vous plaît. La conférence commence bientôt.
السيدات والسادة الكرام، نأمل منكم السيدات والسادة الكرام، نود أن Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Saudi Arab African Economic Conference. Please welcome to the stage the Master of Ceremonies, Yasser Al-Sakaf and Rawan Al-Btairi.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi.
Peace be upon you. Your Royal Highnesses, Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, welcome in Riyadh. أصحاب السمو، أصحاب المعالي، سيداتي وسادتي، نرحب بكم ترحيبا حارا، ونحن ممتنون بحق حضوركم هنا في المؤتمر الاقتصادي السعودي الأفريقي، السعودي العربي الأفريقي، وموحدون هنا لتحقيق غرض واحد لشراكات واعدة. وهذا المؤتمر صمم بهدف رئيس لتقوية العلاقات القوية المتجذرة والمتأصلة بين المملكة العربية السعودية والدول العربية والدول الأفريقية، وأن روابطنا التاريخية ليست جغرافية فحسب.
Further enriched by a flourishing and equitable partnership.
And on today's agenda, we have crafted 7 insightful sessions. These sessions are graced by the presence of numerous highnesses and excellencies, alongside distinguished leaders and also experts. The remarkable speakers will delve into challenges and opportunities that span across the following sectors: energy, food security, tourism, and so much more.
They will share their perspectives on how to harness the collective strengths and capabilities of Saudi Arabia, the Arab world, and Africa to achieve sustainable development through groundbreaking, innovative solutions.
In the spirit of unity and progress, we embark on this journey today, fully aware of the tremendous potential that lies before us. Together, we can forge a path towards a bright future, embracing the opportunities that this promising partnership holds for all of us.
Our esteemed guests, thank you for being part of this magnificent gathering, and let us move forward together with determination and a shared commitment for a brighter economic future.
The resonance of voices fills the void and binds us all, an ethereal thread connecting past, present, and future. It possesses the transformative power to transport us into uncharted water, beckoning us just behind the horizon. An ancient narrative gracefully unfolds, weaving together the intricate emotion, the exchange of culture treasures, and the nurturing of a harmonious, interconnected civilization. It's a spellbinding tale of nations, their history interwoven, where shared similarities outshine superficial differences. Our diverse paths converge in a sympathy of unity, all guided by the same star that leads the way. At the heart of every achievement are the people, the heroes of the saga, the foundation, creators, and architects behind every achievement. Their boundless creativity stems from the roots of our culture and shapes innovative solutions for a brighter future, inspiring generations and conquering every challenge that stands in their path. This narrative knows no bounds. It unites cultures and nations, weaving a tapestry of shared traditions. An interwoven global economy flourishes, overcoming all challenges and inviting the world into its doorstep, evolving into a thriving hub with industries that thrive. As the story continues to unfold, future generations emerge as visionaries, gazing toward the distant horizon with pride, aware that they are the heroes and torchbearers of this ever-evolving narrative.
The pleasure of sharing with you right now these customized pins as a token of the joint cooperation our world needs to the bright future of our young generation. Please. Thank you to our young generation that handed the pins, and this is a very symbolic moment. Rawan, what do you think?
Absolutely, Yasser. Coming together with a shared commitment to a brighter economic future. Your Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to commence the Saudi Arab African Economic Conference, I have the great honor to present to you His Excellency, Mr. Mohammed bin Abdullah Al-Jad'an, the Saudi Minister of Finance, for the opening speech.
أصحاب السمو والمعالي والسعادة السيدات والسادة حضورنا الكريم رحب.
Distinguished guests, please welcome the Minister of Finance in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Mr. Mohammed Al-Jad'an, to give his opening speech in this ceremony. Good morning to you all. I will be
use your headsets. Unfortunately, I'm not as good as the master of ceremony who speak French, Arabic, English, and I will take a lot of time to do that. So, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
in the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, peace be upon you. And good morning to you all. We welcome you in the city of Riyadh and in the Saudi Arabian African Economic Conference that is held on the margins of the Saudi African Summit. Our world today is going through economical transformation as we are witnessing the acceleration of advanced technologies and the transformation to modern economic sectors and reimagining the global supply chain, which opens new horizons of economical cooperation and the joint development between the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the countries of the African continent, specifically with the presence of all the enablers with both parties, such as natural resources, exceptional geographic location, and a young generation of human resources. The relationship of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and Africa is not only dictated by the geographical location, but we are indeed partners with a joint history and a joint future. And the origins of trade with the African continent goes back to historical times when the merchants in the Arabian Peninsula rely on certain trade routes to Africa, and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia continues to be an active market for all the African commodities for centuries and continues to be. Our joint history gave us what will enable us to even overcome the economic relations. We have similarities in our cultures, our geographies, and as well as joint enablers in our economies that enhanced the mutual understanding and instilled a strong relationship between our societies. And in the light of the major challenges that the global economy is facing, we absolutely believe that the African continent will play a major role in dealing with such challenges. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia was one of the first countries that asked that African Union should have a permanent membership with the G20, and the kingdom also is working on adding the African continent, the African Union, to other funds to enhance the role of the African continent in international events, as we understand the value of the different points of view in forming the global policies, and we believe that the Voices of Africa is of great importance in all international events. Distinguished guests, our partnership with Africa remains strong and developing on all aspects. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia was keen always to continue good relationships with different countries of Africa, to expand in many sectors such as energy, mining, agriculture, and other sectors. As the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia consider Africa a trade partner and an investment destination, and also improving the maritime paths. The Saudi Arabia Port Authority enhancing the movement of ships and sea vessels, and to be linked to the different African ports, and the kingdom also have similar efforts regarding the aviation routes. In addition to that fact, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia launched recently a program aims to facilitate trade in services, not only the commodities, between Africa and Saudi Arabia, and to expand further in these services, cooperating with as this initiative seeks the economic development. And in the context of development, the Saudi Development Fund was a long-standing partner with Africa, as it's played a very important role in funding the infrastructure, such as the roads, the water dams, and the schools, and supporting more than 400 projects in the African continent. And today we'll be witnessing the signing of agreement between the Saudi Development Fund and a number of African countries' development projects that exceeding 2 billion Saudi riyals. Today was also joined by the different development associations associated with the Arab coordination committees to continue enhancing development in the African continent to the year 2030. We strongly believe that the gains of this partnership will not only beneficiary to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the African continent, but to the whole world. Distinguished guests, one of the major challenges that we face in the African continent is the ability to serve the debt, and we've gone a long way in facing the challenges of the African debt by the suspension of debt programs and the general framework of the G20 that were launched during the presidency of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia of the G20 in the year 2020, that contributed to provide support for many countries in handling and dealing with debt through this joint or mutual framework, expanding further the support for other countries in the African continent. Chad and Zambia did receive support in service and debt through the general framework set by the G20, and currently working with the group of supporters to support Ghana and other countries. Distinguished guests, today we are gathered in a very important phase that is characterized with huge capabilities for both parties. So let's make this economical conference a good opportunity for all of us to intensify our cooperation through dialogues and constructive discussions, and to share good ideas, holding permanent relationships. Thank you, and peace be upon you.
Please direct your attention to the screen. We have a brief yet informative message from the Ministry of Energy coming up next. Thank you for your attention. Esteemed guests, please welcome to the stage Mrs. Rima Al-Ashgar, Manager of the Clean Fuel Solutions for Cooking Initiative.
Assalamu alaikum, Your Royal Highnesses, Excellencies, and honorable guests. We are gathered here to discuss a transformative initiative, an initiative that reaches across the continents, from the deserts of Saudi Arabia to the diverse landscapes of Africa. An initiative that promises to provide clean cooking solutions to the communities that needs them the most. My name is Rima Al-Ashgar. I am the Clean Cooking Initiative Project Manager, and I got the privilege to witness firsthand the vibrancy and the resilience that the African nations radiates. My travels had took me to the busy markets of Ghana, to the unique ecosystem of Madagascar, from the shores of Angola to the Great Pyramids of Egypt, and all the way to the heart of the Dominican Republic of Congo. And in each visit I visited, it enriched my understanding. With the shared human experiences that we have. And it also increased my appetite to explore this great continent further. And actually, in our team, they joke about it. They call me the African queen. It's not because I have any noble right birth, but because I'm dedicated and very passionate about such initiatives. And if you got, thank you. If you got the chance to meet His Royal Highness, our Minister of Energy, you might hear him call out Madame Madagascar. It's a playful nod. It's because I forged a connection, a deep connection to the land and to its people. And because I would like to have any excuse to go back there. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the everyday heroes, the women, the families, the communities that actually truly shapes the narrative of a nation. These are the people that benefit the most from an initiative such as the clean cooking solution that we champion. From switching to cleaner methods, we aim to unburden these women with their exhausting walks that they take and replace them with education and economic empowerment. During my travels in Madagascar, I set out to just experience a fragment of the journey that the local women take in pursuit of cooking fuel. And halfway into the journey, I was overwhelmed with exhausting and fatigue. And this journey is a routine for these women. And the reality of their endurance is a reality I'm not familiar with. If a mere half of their journey took a toll so much on me, imagine the immense strength that these women endure on a daily basis, day in and day out. Their determination is the untold story behind every meal they prepare. I do want to cement that for many years that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has been a partner in the region. And today, that legacy will continue with an initiative that promises to provide clean cooking solution for a brighter, cleaner future in Africa. Our focus is not to praise one nation's effort, but rather on the pressing needs of the African countries. It's about recognizing the fundamental right for health, safety, and opportunity. And yet, it's also about seeing the incredible potential that these nations hold. In their majestic forests that should stand tall for generations to come, to their warm-hearted people who deserve to embrace a future unclouded by smoke and hardship. We call upon private companies to join us in this journey, not merely as investors, but as partners to a positive change. But beyond that, we have the chance to be part, and the companies have the chance to be part of a story that combines and speaks about compassion and innovation together. Ladies and gentlemen, as I stand here before you and I share these reflections, not just as the African queen, but as Rima, a woman deeply moved by the strength of the spirit of the African countries and its people. Together, let's take these shared experiences, these connections, and weave them into a carpet of hope and action for the betterment of all. Thank you.
We start the first of our sessions titled Energy Access, Building Sustainable Energy Partnerships. Please welcome on stage His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman Al Saud, the Saudi Minister of Energy. The session is moderated by Adako Oviri, the Chief of Party of USAID and Power Africa West Africa Energy Program.
Good morning, Your Royal Highness. Right. Good morning, everyone, and thank you all for joining us here today in beautiful Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, for this session on energy access and how we can build sustainable energy partnerships. My name is Adaku Fere. I am Nigerian, and I am an energy and gender and development expert. Now, today's session aims to reiterate the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia's commitment and support for the security and sustainability of energy supply globally, and also reconfirms the Kingdom's strong partnership with the African region. We also aim to highlight the need for comprehensive and proactive cooperation to enable energy access and bridge the gaps associated with energy poverty, especially clean cooking. To do this today, we will be speaking with His Royal Highness, Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman Al Saud, the Saudi Arabian Minister for Energy. Your Royal Highness, thank you so much for joining us today to share your expertise and valuable insights. In your role overseeing the energy activities within the kingdom, a role you have carried out in various capacities for over 30 years, your perceptions on the current issues plaguing the energy sector are of the utmost importance. So thank you for making the time.
Well, I'm very grateful for the opportunity. It's always good to be with friends, and certainly friends from Africa. I believe, as was my friend and colleague, Mr. Jadaan was saying, that we're not foreigner when it comes to African issue. I would also say one thing that maybe it is a little bit not recognized by some of our visitors. I have to say that Africa has been, will continue to be part of our social fabric. There are so many communities from all over the Africa, of different nations, different tribes, different trades. They've been part of this kingdom, the population of the kingdom. Good chunk of them have been fifth generation, fourth generation, third generation. We are, as I said, we know the culture, we know even the language, we know the food, we know the habits, the traits, and we bond because they were the messengers of Africa. I would even understand, we do understand African culture, African music, but more important, we do understand Africa pains. It's pains that has been accumulating for so many decades. Some of it was inflicted by the virtue of colonization. Some of it was unfortunately self-inflicted. I belong to an institution that believes in the power and the energy of the youth. And as you have seen just now, I really don't have to work when I have people as good as Rima and her colleagues working on, not on behalf of the energy minister. And I would also politely say, not even on behalf of the Saudi government, but they're working on behalf of the Saudi people, reaching out to these communities, understanding their problems, ensuring that they have the bigger picture of the root cause of these problems, and again, deliver real solutions instead of talking about what we could do and what we could not do. The issue that is of paramount now to Africa has to do with energy access. And if you take the subtitle below, it's about energy poverty. And worse, it is about even clean cooking. Although people cannot sometimes comprehend what is this issue about this clean cooking. But I have quite a few statistics here, and I couldn't be the expert, but we're talking about millions of fatalities that takes place every year as a result of having people to rely on the most primitive way of cooking, especially in these contained places where it's either death or illnesses. It's the amount of energy that people that have to spend to collect what they need to use for cooking. It's the amount of deforestation that happens on a daily basis for people to make, ends meet in a way that it's hands to mouth situation. It's all the calamitous impact that it makes on a society, on a country, on biodiversity, and also in maintaining forestry. I don't want to go on, but you just saw a sample of a passionate people that are working in this cause, I would say noble cause. But the more we discover how much communities that are impacted with it, the more our resilience develops to ensure that we will not only be part of the solution, we will be the model to create that solution, and we shall never leave Africa alone in attending to this issue.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for setting that stage, Your Royal Highness. And so that leads us to a great segue. As one of the world's leading oil producers and exporters, ensuring a stable and secure energy supply is essential for sustaining the Saudi economy. So can you tell us a little bit about why this is so vital?
as I said, in Africa, we have few countries that are energy, if you could call it, independent. But it looks they are energy independent. But actually, in reality, if you go inside, the choice is, do we export or do we utilize? Now, if you utilize, you run a big risk that you're losing a source of income. That source of income is so crucial for people to continue their development schemes and programs. So the choice is harsh between ensuring people have energy excess and between ensuring that you have sufficient amount of income. I don't want to name names, but we have few countries that are part of OPEC Plus. They're African countries, they're important countries, and I would argue that they all even have the same choice. We have it, I'll give you an example with Nigeria, for example, your native country. Again, we're working with our friend with Nigeria. We're working with our friend in Congo because we know that the choices are harsh. And the demand is even bigger. So, in a way, although it looks that energy poverty or energy excess has to do with probably indigenous production of energy, it is not true. It is actually the millions of people that needs to be, somebody would need to reach them with some sort of energy that is also not cumbersome. Because if you want to reach out to all communities for example, in Nigeria, you will have to stretch pipelines, you will have to stretch transmission lines, and these are extremely expensive for a country like Nigeria to take the job to attend to.
Right, and I'm glad you touched on the subject of energy poverty, because I want to come down to the human impact. You have described the campaign against energy poverty as a moral issue. And if I may quote you directly, you said, if people talk about moral issues, I have said before publicly, there is nothing more moral than having to uplift energy poverty from the hundreds of millions, even billions of people who lack clean energy access. You made this statement at this year's World Petroleum Congress. Why is this so important to you?
Well, I did say that in India, in the ministerial of the G20 in Goa, because I remember that the discussion was about climate change, which is relevant and important. But again, I felt at that day overwhelmed by the fact that people, while said climate change is crucial and important, but it should not be attended to by crushing the bones and the future of the less empowered people. So I had to go out of my way by saying, if you really want to reach out to something that is truly moral, I think people need to be satisfied with the idea that they have energy access. One of the things that people don't sometimes avoid thinking about is that when you have a modern energy system, an access to a modern energy system, your abilities become much more multiplied. Yeah. And I'll give you an example. We hosted 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, the MENA Week, Climate Week. And we had a special half a day on this issue of energy access and energy poverty and clean cooking. And I spent 15 minutes on the issue. In fact, we've worked with our Ministry of Health and Ministry of Telecommunication that we can also combine electricity provision with e-learning or e-education, whatever they call it, or even health. Because, and I did say, and I'm not shy at all to say it. In fact, I'm proud for the fact that I have so many African friends which would really impose on me to say, amongst these 2.2 billion people who have 2.3 now, I'm being corrected actually, have no meaningful way of clean cooking, talking about energy poverty, 800 billion. I still have my 800 million people. I still have my quarrel with these numbers. In fact, I am known for our friends here in this country that I'm the most cynical person this country has produced, which is fine. But I would argue who did the head count. And I don't believe that the UN had spent a lot of time counting those who have, but again, it is a guesstimate. I would argue, and I'm not saying it out of being polite, but I truly believe in that. If you look both at those who haven't got an energy excess in Africa, for example, or are suffering from energy poverty, or suffering from illnesses and deadly illnesses of not to be having an ability to have a clean cooking practices which would save their life. If you look at if you can do the IQ test for those millions, I'm willing to venture to say about myself, I don't want to include others, that I would run a risk that 60 to 70% of those people will have a better IQ than mine. And the question is, why we sit on our hands, do nothing about this population, even if you are a moralist or a mercantilist, whichever way you go, or an opportunist, bringing this huge amount of population to a different economical prosperity is actually an economical propeller for the world economy. So be it whatever, if you are a moralist, you would have to see the point that there are people in millions that are dying every year. If you are a mercantilist or an opportunist, bringing these billions or millions and billions to some future improvement where they can go up the economic ladder, you stand to actually create a better and much prosperous world economy simply because people in Africa the economies of Africa need to grow, the people of Africa need to prosper. If these two things happen, the world economy will grow, and there will be even a rippling effect coming out of that.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Your Royal Highness. And that basically encapsulates what you've been saying, that energy access is not a matter of convenience, but a fundamental human right. So taking us to clean cooking, which you mentioned, I know Saudi Arabia has launched successive initiatives to promote the use of clean cooking techniques and fuels. Can you tell me about some of the initiatives the kingdom has promoted and how much the kingdom has invested in these programs?
Well, again, I couldn't be much better than Remax and her colleagues explaining that thing. And by the way, we have outside a good number of our team that will be here all day long to explain it. We have signed with quite a few countries, as I said, including Nigeria, Ghana, Madagascar, Rwanda, Kenya. We want to continue signing up with every country that are suffering from this issue. It's all, as was explained, it's part of the the Middle East Green Initiative. The Middle East Green Initiative is the creation of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, Prime Minister Prince Mohammed. He feels so extremely passionate about it. And actually, we want to, unlike what you have seen, I will remind our friends from Africa, remember the Green Fund? I mean, still the jury is still about the $100 billion, where some people claim that $83 billion of it was spent, while a lot a lot of people argue that it's only 22 billion over the last, I don't know, God knows, 15 years. We have now an issue with regard to loss and damage, and the jury is still out. Again, there is talk of a fund that may emerge, but that emergency of that fund may be created within the context of the World Bank, where they will use the so-called fifth three, which is, by the way, 17% of the money, if it's collected and voluntary, will be consumed by the World Bank for administrative costs and what have you. But again, this is the kind of jargon that people are familiar with in Africa. Lots of promises without real deliverables. I ask so many of our colleagues in Africa, have you received anything of that climate fund? I have yet to see somebody who say, I felt it, or I saw it, or I saw, more important, the impact of it. Because of that, we're choosing a different approach. As Saudi Arabia, as Minister Jad'an was saying a while ago, we have our own tools, we have our own organization, we want to do it bilaterally, we want to make sure that we become accountable for what we promise, and we want to see the deliverables of what we have promised. Right. There is nothing much better than doing it directly instead of going through the illusions of these so-called international efforts that really go down the drain without people having it, touching it, feeling it. There is also that other part of it. You know, if you want to show in our religion, if you want to show your compassion, you reach out to the people. You don't stay in your stall and ask people to come to you. This is not the right way to do it.
So Saudi Arabia is looking to change the narrative of making commitments without actions. We're going to see implementation.
We have been implementing. We will continue implementing. I'm not at liberty to share a few of the things that will be announced today, tomorrow, and maybe at the other summit when it is put together. But as a society, as Saudis, we, as I said again, we do not run out of compassion. And what we do it, as you have seen, a sample as Rima. She's a dedicated young Saudi. She's one amongst many. We are lucky as Saudi Arabia now. We don't talk about band of brothers, but actually we talk about band of sisters and brothers. And you will see them floating around everywhere in Africa, and we shall deliver.
Thank you very much, Your Royal Highness. And I do want to remind the audience that outside there's a hub where they talk about the clean cooking initiatives that the kingdom is pursuing. So if you can stop by on your way out to learn more about it from His Royal Highness's amazing team, obviously. So thank you very much for this conversation. This brings us to the end of our little fireside chat. I want to conclude by saying access to energy can be a matter of life and death. Reliable sources of power can provide vital services like refrigeration for vaccines, powering medical equipment, and ensuring safe childbirth. The global community has a shared responsibility to address energy poverty. Building the energy access gap is about rectifying the imbalances of power and resources and recognizing that energy is a vital stepping stone to social and economic progress. So thank you very much for your time today, Your Royal Highness, and thank you very much to all of you for joining us in this today.
Thank you indeed. Your Royal Highness, please proceed to the signing platform to your left. We start with a memorandum of understanding between the government of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the government of the Federal Republic of Nigeria for cooperation in the oil and gas sectors. Representing the Saudi counterpart, His Royal Highness Minister of Energy Abdulaziz bin Salman, and representing the Nigerian counterpart, Minister of State Petroleum Resources Nigeria Senator Heniken Lukpibiri. Followed by a cooperation agreement between the government of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the government of the Republic of Senegal in the field of energy. Representing the Senegalese counterpart, Foreign Minister, His Excellency Ayassata Tolsol. followed by a memorandum of understanding between the government of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the government of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia in the field of energy, representing the Ethiopian counterpart, Minister of Finance, His Excellency Ahmed bin Shadi Mohammed. Followed by a memorandum of cooperation between the government of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the government of the Republic of Chad in the field of energy, representing the Chadian counterpart, Deputy Minister of Energy, Mr. Abdullah Diyar Mogodi. Followed by a memorandum of understanding between the government of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the government of the Republic of Rwanda to promote cooperation between them to implement the oil sustainability programs initiatives. Representing the Rwandan counterpart, Minister of State in charge of public investment and resource mobilization, His Excellency Janine Muniashuli. Thank you indeed. Thank you, Your Royal Highness. Thank you, Your Royal Highness. This is the final agreement for this group. Our second session is titled Investing in the Future, moderated by Sarah Coker, founder of Amplify. Joining her in this session, His Excellency Engineer Khalid Al-Faleh, the Saudi Minister of Investment, and His Excellency Mr. Ibrahim Patil, the South African Minister of Trade and Industry, Her Excellency Dr. Rania Al-Mashat, the Egyptian Minister of International Cooperation, and Mrs. Janine Moneshuli, Minister of State for Public Investment and Resource Mobilization at the Ministry of Finance and Economic Planning in the Republic of Rwanda.
Please take a seat. So, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, everyone, salam alaikum. Now, following on from that signing and, of course, the crucial topic of energy access, it now gives me great pleasure to introduce our next session of the Saudi Arab African Economic Conference entitled Invest in the Future. Now, our discussion today is going to focus on the importance of partnerships. It's those joint efforts between Saudi Arabia and indeed Africa to create sustainable funding of projects and initiatives that have a positive social and environmental impact and, of course, advance the economic future, the sustainable economic future. Now, the need for these continuing cooperation and dialogue is absolutely essential to create these partnerships that lead ultimately to mutual growth and development. So I would like to now begin this panel and this valuable conversation with our distinguished panelists today. And Minister Al-Faleh, if I may start with you to set the scene today. What does sustainable investment mean to you, and why is it so important for Africa and, of course, Saudi Arabia?
Well, thank you very much, Sarah. And, it's good to be here. Let me start by welcoming everyone and thanking my colleague, Mohammed Jadan, for convening and organizing this great gathering. We're energized by the turnout, and I'm honored to have some great colleagues from across the African continent sharing the stage with me. Africa, first of all, just following up on what His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz said, means a lot. We consider ourselves an extension of the continent, and we share many economic, people-to-people, political, spiritual links that goes back thousands of years. But on the economic and business sides, when we look at around the world, we also see economic potential in Africa that is unmatched. You look at the demography of Africa, while many developed and even developing nations are starting to peak and age and have population decline, Africa is projected to have by far the largest contribution of population coming in. And the African countries, despite the political and governance challenges that everybody knows about, have also tried hard and are making a lot of progress. And I think the African Continental Free Trade Agreement that has been brought to the fore recently has so much potential considering the consumers and the number of people. 1.3 billion people going back to the demography are going to be part of this market. And there is such a demand on investment that we believe Saudi investors, Arab investors, GCC investors, and global investors indeed have a lot of potential to collaborate. Now, you talk about sustainability. There are different definitions to sustainability. Some people will consider ESG broadly, sustainability from an environmental, social, and governance, and certainly we're setting in Saudi Arabia many ESG programs that will enable our companies to be not only compliant, but setting the standards for ESG. Environmental sustainability is key, but I also want to bring up the issue of financial and economic sustainability. We want investments that go into Africa to also be sustainable for the long term and catalyze more and more investment. We want our sustainable investments to crowd in and draw additional investments. And for that to happen, of course, we need to de-risk these investments. We need to lower the hurdle rates for the investments to take place. I think it's no secret that for investors in Africa to invest, their cost of capital today is 4 times that of the United States. It is about 8 times that of European investors because of access to capital. And through developmental finance, linking it with investment coming in, multilateral, providing the right guarantees and the risk reduction initiatives by government institutions working with the investors, we want to collapse that barrier on cost of financing. And that's going to open, in my opinion, a flood of capital coming in to meet the huge potential, the unmet requirements for this continent to prosper, to catch up with the rest of the global community.
So that's really set the scene, and I can see lots of nodding heads here agreeing with that, of course. And Minister Al-Mashat, if I could move to you to talk about those implications for the partnerships with the Kingdom, for that growth of sustainable investment, and how that's playing out in Egypt, and how important it is to your country.
Thank you very much, Sarah, and it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you, Minister of Finance Gadan, for inviting us, and also Minister Al-Faleh. A few points that I want to emphasize, and it's linked to the previous talk, which has to do with energy, renewable energy, and how sustainable investments today go into sectors that are actually proving to be quite important for the continent. If we're talking about renewable energy, green hydrogen, these are sectors which have very important potential. If I take the case of Egypt, we have with Saudi Arabia several investments in that field with some of the key private sector investors which have benefited from multilateral concessional finance to de-risk their investments in the country. So there are very important examples when it comes to mitigation. In the speech we heard from Minister of Finance in the morning, there was an emphasis on food security. And food security is also linked to water management. So when we look at, and I'm sorry to bring it back to the climate talk, because adaptation is a very important investment in Africa. And when we take a look at the estimates of the gaps that are required for investing in adaptation within the continent, they are quite sizable, and therefore they create opportunities for private sector investments from the Kingdom, from GCC, also joint ventures from several of the companies that have been doing similar work in Egypt, for instance, and we see this taking place within Africa. So if we are looking at the continent with its massive opportunities, both from the demographic point of view, or the minerals and the natural resources that could actually be added to the value chains, there is that incentive for private sector to come in. Finance comes in as the lubricant that is able to make this materialize. And the only way to overcome the debt burden that has also been mentioned in the morning is to create the environment for investments. So this is again sort of the triangle of regulatory reforms, the availability of concessional finance to de-risk private sector engagement, and the third point is also to work with many of the different organizations to create a pipeline of projects. This morning was mentioned the Arab funds. There is a group that works collectively in different countries in the continent to identify possible projects that are open for private sector investments. So just to sum up, when we talk about sustainable investments, it's very important to note that many of the countries in Africa have updated their nationally determined contributions, and therefore there is a commitment to move within this climate space on mitigation and adaptation. Nonetheless, there needs to be more concessionality in order to de-risk private sector investment, and investment is needed to alleviate the debt burden. So there is a triangle that needs to be addressed. And then finally, of course, the African Free Trade Agreement provides a very important gateway and opportunity for more integration within the continent, where digital investments are much needed, e-commerce is much needed, and I think fora such as this create more insight into the opportunities and the synergies between the continent. Thank you.
Yeah, and we'll take a look into those sectors that are seeing the investment inflows in just a little bit. But Minister Ibrahim Patel, if I could bring you in on this to obviously talk about its importance for South Africa, but also the fit and the synergies to these partnerships and what makes them successful.
Well, first, thank you very much, Sarah, and can I greet everybody. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I want to perhaps preface the synergy part of your question by pointing to four major trends that's reshaping not only African reality, but also the interface between the African continent and Saudi Arabia. The first of those trends, and Minister Afali has mentioned it, is demographics. Africa is the fastest growing continent now. Between now and 2050, 1 out of every 2 children that will be born globally will be African. By 2050, a quarter of humanity will reside on the African continent. And that is accompanied by massive urbanization, and Africa is a very young population. What that means, there's an enormous opportunity for the growth of consumer goods, and we will see a lot of investor interest in the consumer goods sector. The second big trend is climate change, and climate change impacts on the African continent in a number of ways. There's a green revolution sweeping through the African continent. The single biggest magnet for foreign direct investment at the moment is indeed in renewable energy. But in addition to that, the African continent has an enormous stock of the critical minerals that will be driving the green revolution globally. And it's able to leverage off that with investment partnerships by thoughtful investors. The third big trend is digital. Africa increasingly is becoming a connected continent. I've looked at the latest Ernst & Young reports as well as the Financial Times reports, and they all indicate massive flow of investment in digital infrastructure on the African continent. And the fourth trend is geopolitical. We live in a volatile, uncertain world, And Africa represents a significant de-risking opportunity, de-risking in food supply, in investment exposure. And when I look at these four trends and the opportunity, as Africans, we're now putting together the African Continental Free Trade Area. Trade has commenced on a preferential basis. More countries are joining. 47 African countries have ratified the treaty, the Free Trade Treaty. Put all of that together and come to the synergy. And for me, their markets are about connecting demand and supply. Saudi Arabia has capital surplus. Africa has a capital deficit, but enormous opportunity. And so in the relationship going forward, I see huge opportunities to close that gap. The United Arab Emirates has become a very significant and robust investor on the African continent. Our data shows that it's now the leading player from MENA on the African continent. But I think what this summit tomorrow will indicate is the increasing interest from Saudi investors in the African continent. So for me, that's where the fundamental synergy would lie. De-risking, the new opportunities around renewable energy, investing in the future. I've just hosted the AGOA Forum in South Africa a few days ago. That's where we had the United States meeting with sub-Saharan African trade ministers. And the message from the Americans is they recognize the future is African. The demographic shifts are very, very clear. And the canny investors get in early. That, for me, is the opportunity we can unlock.
So, Minister Monashuli, I want to bring you in on this, and congratulations as well on just signing such an important agreement just a few moments ago. I want to take you back in history, though, a couple of years back to 2021, when you signed a general cooperation agreement with Saudi Arabia. How important has that partnership played out for you, and what are your hopes for the future for the current partnership that's been signed?
Thank you. Can you hear me? Thank you. Well, it was important, but most important is the one we just signed with the OSP this morning, and thank you, Your Excellency, for inviting me to this panel. It opened the road. We already had bilateral relationships with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, but I want us to pause a bit and mention the one we just signed. Prior to signing it, I spent half a day in the office of the Minister of Energy with the different teams that we are going to be working together who are already coming to Rwanda early next year. The key thing, when you hear clean cooking, and I liked what Rima showed in her video, you think of a woman who is cooking and who is not doing other things. But globally, it was estimated by the Clean Cooking Alliance that the money that is needed in funding clean cooking is 30 billion per year to reach clean cooking global energy in 2030. Only 1% of this funding is available. So through this partnership, at least for us in Rwanda, we will expedite and kind of get rid of this first basic need that is clean cooking. Interestingly enough, and this is something I learned coming here, it doesn't come as just clean cooking. There is this combination they do with her colleague Noura. Clean cooking program comes with e-education and e-health, which is something as a country we have developed a lot during COVID. So we want, as we implement pilot programs for clean cooking, to also have pilot programs for e-education and e-health. And ultimately, what matters the most for us is not to have pilot programs, but to be a proof of concept for the continent. I know that they have started in Madagascar, and we are happy through this agreement and more agreements to be signed to deepen our relationship and have long-lasting relationships. So for me, it was a very, very good one. I'm having also other agreements signed this afternoon, actually.
Well, it's excellent to see things like that happen in a live event such as this and see the progress made. Now I'd just like to take a look at some of the big corporate companies here, the MENA state-owned enterprises, because for quite some time now we've been hearing about their climate commitments and their commercial and economic influence. But Minister Al-Fallah, if I could bring that back to you first, how are they shaping the conversation on these topics given their power within the economies?
What's the question again?
In the MENA state-owned enterprises, how are they shaping the conversation given their climate commitments and their commercial and economic influence?
Well, I think the answer is whether they're state-owned or private. Companies from the region in general, and certainly from Saudi Arabia, are seeing exactly what we have been saying at the panel. They're seeing the huge opportunity, they're seeing the compatibility, and they're seeing the access being provided by the government, and there is great appetite to address global challenges, regional challenges, certainly African challenges, through sustainable investments the way I described a few minutes ago. If you think of ACWA is today 50% owned by our public investment fund. It started as a private company, listed recently, but it has come to the global stage as a global leader in renewable energy, water desalination, and hydrogen. They are one of the first investors in the African continent in Morocco, in a successive number of projects in the Noor program to bring renewables into Africa. They have invested in South Africa, they have signed agreements in Egypt, and they are looking to deploy, this is one company alone, tens of billions of dollars in the decades to come in Africa, provided they can work with the governments in Africa to address the energy poverty that was discussed by His Royal Highness in the previous session. Aramco is starting to invest not only in providing conventional energy, but they're also investing in infrastructure. They have made investments in Kenya, and I'm sure they will do a lot more. The PIF is looking at Africa with great interest, and I believe they will be in due course making some game-changing announcements about their intent to invest in Africa. But I want to emphasize that what you refer to as state-owned enterprises are not exclusive. Pure private companies are also very active and in innovative fields. NTG, for example, is a technology company that has connected 16 stock exchanges in the African continents on trading platforms that allows individuals, retail investors, to access stock markets, local stock markets across the continent, and invest across border, bring in integration. So here's an example where you see connectivity digitally, and you see Saudi Arabia being ranked the second competitive nation in digital, as His Excellency Ibrahim Patel mentioned, which is an important growth area in Africa. You look at a company like SALIC, and the next session will be about food security and agriculture. They are looking at Africa with great interest and a great appetite, and with substantial capital that will be deployed. Some is already deployed in Africa, but also Rajhi Group, which is very private, is doing things like contract agriculture, and they're putting distributed renewables in the farms and helping with improving the yields of agriculture in a continent that needs it very much, given the demographic issue. And I think the good thing, as a government, we're also facilitating for these companies, whether they have state ownership or not, on an equal basis. We're providing some assistance from a G2G to provide the access, to reduce the risks. We're negotiating. I'll be signing a couple of agreements on investment protection right after the session, because we want to make sure, as I mentioned earlier, we reduce the cost of capital for these companies.
Minister Ibrahim Patel, I want to follow on from that because Minister Al-Fallah gave us a lot of detail there, and we've seen the power of these state-owned companies, but very efficient. What's the mix like in South Africa? Who's leading the charge? Obviously, private partnerships are very important, but where's the balance at the moment?
So let me start by saying that in South Africa, using the specific country example, we have a very strong presence of state-owned companies in areas like energy, transport, logistics, and increasingly we see the need for public-private partnerships there. We also see G2G opportunities. And as His Excellency Minister Al-Fallah have said, there's now a growing recognition of the importance of this relationship. Last year, South Africa, my president had a state visit to Saudi Arabia, and we signed a range of agreements which underline the importance of that government-to-government relationship. But within that, it's to unlock the opportunities for the private sector. If I take renewable energy as an example, according to the Financial Times research unit, out of the 10 most significant renewable energy players last year on the African market, 4 of them were from the Middle East. And 3 of them, the top 3, were in fact from Saudi Arabia and the UAE. The top one was ACWA. And ACWA in South Africa utilizes the framework of a public-private partnership. It is producing renewable energy there, and it's facilitated by the fact that there are, on the one hand, some public ownership from the Saudi side through the PIF. On the other hand, it works with a state utility in South Africa who distributes the energy. So I think that the public-private partnerships are very, very significant. But I also want to highlight the other opportunity. If we look at the top 15 greenfields projects last year globally, 6 of them are on the African continent. So there's increasingly a sense that the investment opportunities are arising on the continent. And we're particularly pleased that Saudi Arabia and the African continent has had a very, very long history of relations, as my colleague has said. Now is the opportunity when the investment can match that very strong and that very warm, broader relationship, because the opportunities are there. We can de-risk some of them. We can look at the return rate. Most crucially, most of the key indicators are moving in the right direction. And that, for me, opens up really, really important opportunities.
So it sounds like uplifting news. Minister Al-Malshat, how about the sort of landscape in Egypt? What's the mix there?
I think it echoes very much what the ministers have mentioned. If we take a look at some of the international studies, they say that close to 100% of SOEs in the MENA region are moving towards lowering CO2 emissions. So the climate objectives are very clear. Also, as countries are being committed to their nationally determined contributions in a more global sense, there is a lot of focus on making sure that the different state-owned enterprises are providing the required infrastructure. If I take the case of Egypt, if it's water treatment for availing agriculture land for investment, that is one way of state providing infrastructure for sustainable investment. If we're taking a look at decommissioning many of the power plants to create opportunities for more renewable energy and green hydrogen, we have, as the minister mentioned, ACWA Power investing in renewable energy in the country, and also MOUs on green hydrogen going forward. So the idea of a state-owned enterprise has been when we take a look at adaptation for recycling the water for agriculture, or trying to move out of using gas into renewable, is really to provide you know, a field for investments to come in. So this is one quite important element. Another one is that the availability of investments and finance from the different international institutions within these infrastructure investments have become extremely important. They are cheap finance for availing the required green, sustainable infrastructure for the private sector to come in. And this becomes very important because any private sector today has to look at criteria related to its green investments. So unless the governments are able to provide you know, checkpoints on metric, it is going to be very important to entice private sector investors to come in. So I think that when we take a look at the SOEs with the sustainable investments, there have been many examples of enablers rather than you know, stumbling blocks for this to take place. Maybe I would just conclude by the voluntary carbon markets, which is another very important aspect, and within the continent, that is also an initiative which is taking place to, again, entice private sector investors to come in and find these opportunities for the carbon markets as well, which are becoming very important investment pockets.
Now, I'd like to begin the next question with Minister Minashuli, but you've all kind of contributed so far to this question, so I'd love you to dive in afterwards. But we've talked about these high potential sectors, and I'd like you all to think about, if it's the next 5 years, where do you think that money's going to flow in terms of the high potential sectors where it's already gone, and where you think it'll be prioritized in the next 5 years? So Minister Minashuli, if I could start with you and get your picture of Rwanda.
The conversation they just had on public-private investments. For the case of Rwanda, and again I have to specify here that Africa is not a continent, we have created a super ministry, which is not mine, the Rwanda Development Board, which is the home of public-private partnerships. But interestingly enough, in our country, actually, the government invests in companies, so the state-owned companies under my portfolio, to de-risk for the private sector, because we have a baby private sector, so we are like the first investors. And in that capacity, we have a number of projects that I spoke to and I want to keep talking to in terms of investments to make, most notably in infrastructure. Our infrastructure is still in the making, and we see it as a catalyst for everything else. We have made substantial investment in aviation, in roads and transportation, but we need more of it. As you might know, our country is physically landlocked, but we have made it air-linked, and we want to make it in every possible way linked. And then this is the next important investment that we are very much keen to make, is in IT. Every possible way of IT connectivity is something that we are going to be investing a lot in. And last but not least, if I have to single out 3 sectors after infrastructure, IT, I would say education. We have 70% of our population which is below the age of 30. For this population, we might not provide the jobs they want, but we want them to become the job makers of tomorrow. So it's a mix of something that people might call a bomb to come, but we see it as a dividend. In a global world that is aging, our population is young, and we have to provide for them. So to your question, really, we can't emphasize enough the importance of energy. His Royal Highness mentioned it as a moral imperative, and he said that the business case for Africa is obvious. It seems that it's not obvious enough, because if it was, we would not be sitting here trying to convince investors to come. One asset for at least my country, again, is that we have made business easy. It has been acknowledged in every possible finance forum. We are the second on the continent in terms of ease of doing business. We take seriously governance, and we we're doing our best really to eradicate corruption, which has led us to digitalize every possible service. We do everything almost online. You can open a business in a day. As far as de-risking again is concerned, I want to also mention it. The Rwandan Development Board has been at the forefront of bringing in private investors. And when I sat yesterday with my colleagues at the Ministry of Energy, I was surprised that they would come as a Minister of Energy to my country to de-risk for their private sector. So basically, they want to build for us bankable projects, whereas I thought it was my job. So it's great for me to find myself in a configuration where there's a forward thinking to make sure that the business are not only viable, but also sustainable. So it's amazing for me to have partners and colleagues who are doing the heavy lifting with me. Thank you.
So, Minister Al-Mashhad, obviously the audience is out here. We're kind of giving you all a timeline of 5 years. I know, of course, these investments go on for so much longer, but what would be the 5-year priority for Egypt?
I want to thank the Minister for bringing up human capital investment, because we focused very much on the infrastructure, but the human infrastructure is also a very important investment opportunity as well. The SME and startup scene is one which is very, very vibrant in Africa. And there are, if we take a look at the stats as well, a very good opportunity for those as investment opportunities. So if we're looking at renewable energy, if we're looking at also education, SME startups, as well as the value chains, as was mentioned with respect to the minerals. So I think that the continent is also quite diverse in the different countries and the advantages that each country has. So there is a very big menu of opportunities that can be looked at. And I think that next week in Egypt we have the Inter-African Trade Fair, which is taking place under the Afri-Exim Bank, and there's going to be a platform launched which provides opportunities for private sector companies when it comes to the different investments that they can do within the continent.
And Minister Patel, talking about the sectors there, you teased us before with some big future developments that are going to shape the South African economy. What sectors are going to be involved in those next big moves in your country?
Sarah, I would cluster it into 4, let's call it investment opportunity buckets. The first one is clean tech or green industrialization, and it's a range of investment opportunities from infrastructure, getting the energy and the grid systems greener. But it also goes to mining. Mining is often neglected, but it's an important opportunity. It's going to be the feedstock that drives the greening of the world's economies. And then there's, of course, the industrial products that come out of it. Africa will have to get investment in the next 5 years in things like electric vehicles, battery manufacturing, and so on. So that's my first bucket. My second bucket is all the consumer goods for a fast-growing continent, from food to pharmaceuticals to other fast-moving consumer goods. My third bucket would be digital. We've seen an enormous investment now by global players in digital infrastructure, and we can expect even more, not only on the area of fiber optic, but also in all these massive data centers and cloud computing. And my fourth bucket would be services, of which tourism is quite an important part. We are likely to see Africa being able to position itself with ecotourism, biodiversity, and the growing global middle class, I think, would be very interested in that kind of different, not the consumer-driven tourism experience you'll find in a big metro like New York City, but in fact, a return to nature. So as the world becomes more environmentally conscious, Africa's offering and South Africa's offering just increases so much more.
And Mr. Minister Al-Faleh, I'd like to give you the last words here, the sort of top 5 maybe sectors. I know you alluded to those already, but just to clarify maybe where the priorities are. And then what makes you most optimistic about the future? What is it that's going to make you smile like you are now, that if that happens in the next 5 years?
Well, I think the sectors have been mentioned. Let me just say that we estimate, and we think this is conservative, that there is already $75 billion of Saudi investment deployed in Africa. It's a good number, but I think we're only scratching the surface, given the great potential that we've talked about today. Agriculture happens to be the highest deployment of Saudi private sector capital. I think that's going to continue. We only get 5% of our food supply from Africa, but the potential is huge. We could multiply that by an order of magnitude while also helping to feed and food process for the demographic boom that is going to happen in Africa that my colleagues have addressed. Energy is a no-brainer. We've got everything it takes to address 30% of Africans only today have access to sustainable electricity over time, to any electricity. And business as usual, by 2050, I think it will be only 40%. So we cannot accept business as usual. We have to disrupt this unfortunate fact. And Saudi Arabia, Saudi company, Saudi capital, developmental and investment, I think, will be deployed with others to address this. Mining and supply chains and value chains, while processing a lot of the material in Africa, creating jobs and doing it sustainably, as His Excellency Minister Patel mentioned. And we have Ma'aden. PIF has created a company called Manara with Ma'aden that is going to invest in these critical minerals. Saudi Arabia is going to invest hugely in electrification, not only EV cars, which are being built in Saudi Arabia today, but also 50% of our energy is going to be renewables, and we're going to need batteries, energy storage, and so forth. Healthcare our private sector has done an amazing job of bringing highest quality healthcare into our market, and they have already started taking their model of private healthcare with insurance into the African continent. And I see some of these investors here, companies like Sleman Habib, Saudi German, Interhealth, are all ready. Tourism, as mentioned, Saudis love nature tourism, ecotourism, safaris. Every Saudi I talk to, I say, what is your best vacation the last 10, 20 years? The majority of them will mention one of their African vacations as being, and I think we can scale up. Last but not least, logistics, connectivity. We need to do more. Many Saudi companies, including Red Sea Gate, are today competing, and they have already won concessions in many ports. I think there will be a lot of direct flights by Saudia, FlyNice, Riyadh Airline when it comes operational in the next couple of years, and of course digital and IT. I mentioned NTG, Ilm, STC will all be, and data centers, of course, will be invested. Amongst others, I think almost every sector is attractive to us, so sorry to give you such a laundry list, but this is the fact. It's very difficult to exclude any sector. Now, why am I optimistic? I think connectivity with Africa, compatibility with Africa, and complementarity with Africa. What Africa has, we need, whether it's food, a growing population, consumption markets, critical materials. Connectivity, the location, 1,700-kilometer Red Sea coast. We could literally, with binoculars, see Africa across the Red Sea, and the distance by air travel. Digital connectivity, I think, is very, very important with the digital. And finally, but most importantly, is the compatibility. Our cultures are very much similar. We share a heritage. Prince Abdulaziz talked about it eloquently in the beginning of his remarks. We feel at home when we're in Africa and vice versa. And the element of trust when you're investing as an experienced investor, you know, the most important element is trusting the other party. And we do trust our brothers and sisters from this continent, and I think you've seen it from our young presenter in the beginning of the clean cooking from Prince Abdulaziz, and you will be seeing it and feeling it. And there will be many, many deals, many announcements during the next 3 days as we engage with our African brothers and sisters and colleagues.
Well, we very much look forward to that. And I think we couldn't end on a better note, that everybody knows that every great relationship is based on compatibility and trust. And it's lovely to hear about that commonality of purpose amongst the kingdom and, of course, the African continent. So, Your Excellencies, thank you so much for your contributions today. You've given the audience a lot to think about. Shukran Jazeera.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we start with the second group of agreement signing. Starting with Memorandum of Understanding between the Ministry of Investment of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Chadians Abroad and International Cooperation of the Republic of Chad. Representing the Saudi counterpart, His Excellency Minister of Investment Khalid Al-Falih, and representing the Chadian counterpart, His Excellency, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Chadians Abroad and International Cooperation Ambassador, Mohammed Saleh Al-Nadif. Followed by a Memorandum of Understanding between the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the Arab Republic of Egypt on establishment of a high-level financial dialogue. Representing the Saudi counterpart, His Excellency Minister of Finance Mohammed bin Abdullah Al Jad'an, representing the Egyptian counterpart, His Excellency, Minister of Finance, Dr. Mohammed Maid. Followed by a convention between the government of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the government of the Republic of the Gambia for the avoidance of double taxation with respect to taxes on income and the prevention of tax evasion. Representing the Saudi counterpart, His Excellency Engineer Suhail bin Mohammed Abanami, Governor of the Zakat, Tax and Customs Authority. Representing the Gambian counterpart, Honorable Mr. Sidi Keita, Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs. Ladies and gentlemen, our third session is titled Strengthening Cooperation to Safeguard Regional and Global Food Security, moderated by Thomas Billinghurst, Director of Executive Positioning and Thought Leadership at EPCO Worldwide. Joining him in this session, His Excellency Abdurrahman Al-Fadli, the Saudi Minister of Environment, Water and Agriculture, and Engineer Abdurrahman Shamsuddin, Chief Executive Officer at SABIC Agri-Nutrients Company, and Mr. Sunny Fergusi, Co-Founder and CEO at Olam Group, and Dr. Abdul Hakim Al-Wa'ir, Assistant Director, General and Regional Representative for the Near East and North Africa at Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, FAO.
Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this panel on strengthening cooperation frameworks to ensure food security for Africa, the Arabian Peninsula, and the world. Let me start with this. All around us, we have the most remarkable thing in our universe. Beneath our feet, we have a living, breathing, life-sustaining planet with all the resources we need to feed everyone. So why have we so often, as a global community, failed to harvest and share equitably the food that our planet gives us? Food security is one of the most crucial topics of our time, made all the more urgent by the unrelenting climate crisis. And ahead of COP28 later this month, food security will be at the top of many global climate leaders' agendas. Today, as vast swathes of the Arab world struggles with food insecurity and supply chain disruptions, the transformative investments and innovations of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is redefining what it means to achieve self-sufficiency in many food items across one of the world's most arid regions. Similarly, Africa faces several major challenges when it comes to food security. Climate disasters, which destroy crops and disrupt food transport systems, are disproportionately common in the African continent. Weather-sensitive domestic food production results in a heavy reliance on imports, with some 85% of foodstuffs being imported into Africa. So, what are the crossovers and opportunities for collaboration in the field of food security between the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and Africa? And what role can the private sector play in boosting agricultural resilience? Joining me to discuss these questions and dive into the challenges of food security is an esteemed panel who's already been introduced. So let's get straight into it. I want to start, Your Excellency, with you. If you could set the scene for us and outline some of the challenges when it comes to shoring up food security that you're seeing in the kingdom.
Well, in fact, food security actually have some common factors around the world, providing healthy food, safe food, reaching all consumers, and also affordable, may increase the cost. This is a challenge that the world faces, especially as the number of world population increase. We expect that world population may reach up to 10 billion. So challenges, we have geopolitical conflicts and the impact on the fluidity of goods, climate change and its impact on rain and availability of water. Logistics also pose a great challenge, and the incapability of some producers to adopt new methods of agriculture to increase productivity and competition. However, there are some opportunities on the other hand for producing food and distributing it and moving it from production to consumption areas. There is no country that is self-sufficient. All countries are producing and consuming at the same time. They produce some food and import other types of food. In the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, we have challenges of environment. Thankfully, we have a lot of resources, but water poses a great challenge in availability. We have some advantages. We can focus on we have a long lines of coasts and they can provide a lot of food resources, and they are sustainable, and we can maintain natural resources and create a balance between food and water.
Highlighted there. Dr. Abdul Hakim Al-Waya, if I can come to you with this topic. His Excellency mentions there that the geopolitical situation, water security. From the international organization's perspective in the region, what are some of those challenges and how are they impacting food security from how you're seeing it at the FAO?
Thank you, Thomas. I think to see the magnitude of the problem, we need to see to what extent are we talking about. Between Africa and the Arab region, we're talking about 30% of food insecure population. And there's 60% population that cannot afford healthy diet. These are due to a number of challenges, as you rightly said, and they need to be tackled systematically. I've developed a formula. Hopefully later in the discussion I'll share the details of the formula. I call it the ACT formula, ACT formula. And it's 4 A's that are the pillars of any food security system. 4 C's are the challenges facing that food security system. And 4 T's are the solutions. For this purpose of this moment, I'll just focus on the 4 C's, the challenges on food security. The 4 C's are simply climate, conflict, calamities, and consumer culture. Climate, we know very well, and His Excellency mentioned it, but it's water scarcity. There is something that we want to highlight in the Arab region. This region was born dry, was born water scarce. Water scarcity is not a new issue. This region built the whole civilization and grew up over hundreds of years through trade. And they have a niche that they can show to the world. So we see it as an opportunity that brings more Africa together, that's seeing water scarcity as a newcomer to a region that have lived for hundreds of years in a water scarce conditions, which they can come together and complement. How did they manage to do that? Climate also brings the floods and drought extremes that we see more frequency and more intensity. And climate also brings the pests, because all the pests now change with the climate change and temperature rise, and so they move differently. We've seen recently a new era of the desert locusts that have destroyed a lot of plant production in East Africa and part of the peninsula also. Now, on the calamities, these are we're talking about COVID-19, economic crisis, the earthquakes, the floods that happened in the region, the Arab Spring era. Those all cause all the calamities and disruption of the food security system, including the supply chains, and lately we've seen what happened with the Black Sea region. And then we come to the conflicts. 90% of the 30% in the region that are food insecure are actually in conflict areas. The protracted conflicts that we live with today pose an immediate threat to the food security, not only in the conflict countries, it impacts on neighboring host countries. Saudi Arabia takes a lot of the burden from the conflicts in the neighboring countries because they receive people, they have to feed them, they have to supply them, and they supply also. Same with Egypt, with Sudan, and it's the same here and there. So the impact grows much wider on food security. And then, of course, we come to consumer culture, and I will close with that. We cannot still talking about 800 million people worldwide go to bed without food when we are still wasting 40% of our food on a daily basis. Food waste has to be tackled. We cannot continue wasting food. There have to be legal frameworks to reduce the way we consume food and focus more on healthy diet with more, less waste.
Thank you, Dr. El-Waya. Sunny, if I can come to you on the back of what Dr. El-Waya says there about the consumer aspect of the 4 Cs that are challenging. As someone operating in the private sector, delivering foodstuffs around the world, what are the challenges that you're seeing delivering that food to the consumers and potentially some of those consumer behaviors that need to change?
Thank you, Tom. It's an absolute privilege and pleasure to be here. The key exam question in front of all of us is how are we going to meet the growing demands for food, feed, fiber, and all of the other agricultural production without destroying the planet. In 2010, our demand for food and agricultural production was roughly 12,500 trillion calories. By 2050, we expect that to grow to 20,000 trillion calories. So there's a gap of 7,500 trillion calories of food gap that we need to meet. That's the first gap. In Africa, 34% of the total cereal requirements are still imported today. In the remaining Arabian Peninsula, 75% of the cereal requirements is still being imported today. The second gap that we have to address is the land gap. In order to meet this growing demand for food, feed, and fiber, we need to put an additional 593 million hectares of land under cultivation against the 4.2 billion hectares that we currently cultivate. Out of that 4.2, 3.6 is in permanent pastures and meadows. So 67% of the total land under cultivation today is in producing protein, which only gives us 16% of our calorie requirements. 593 million hectares of additional land is equivalent to 2 Indias. We need 2 Indias of additional land to be cultivated. How are we going to do that without destroying the planet in terms of deforestation? That is a second exam test that we have. The third gap that we have is the climate gap that was referred to by both His Excellency and my colleague here. And that is that by 2050, we are going to have agriculture in the best case scenario, most optimistic scenario, account for 15 gigatons of greenhouse gas emissions in 2050. It has to bring it down to 4 gigatons. So there's a gap of 11 gigatons to achieve the 2 degrees centigrade global warming target. But if it is 1.5, it has to bring it to 0. It can only bring it to 0, net 0, if you're going to reforest an additional 585 million hectares of land. So that is the third gap. The fourth gap that you're facing is biodiversity collapse. We are losing species at an alarming rate. We are losing them at a rate of 1,000 species for every million species that we own each year. This year in our almond plantations in Australia, we had the bees population decimated and our productivity fell by 40%. We have to issue a profit warning that we are going to lose $128 million as a result of having only 2 beehives per acre compared to the 5 beehives that we needed. The fourth gap that we have is water gap. How are we going to find the water that we need to cultivate these crops? 71% of the world's fresh water goes into agriculture. And if you have to increase food production by 60%, where is the water going to come from? And last is the livelihoods gap. 95% of our smallholder farmers, 550 million smallholder farmers, are earning below a living income. 55% of them are earning below the World Bank's poverty line definition of $202.15 per day. So if our farmers, which produce 70–80% of our food in emerging markets, are not making a living wage, how can we solve for this problem? So these are the gaps that we need to address.
Thank you, Sonny. Now, Abdurrahman, the macroeconomic challenges that have been identified there, whether it's climate, whether it's water, whether it's consumer or conflict, they will trickle down and impact how your operations work at SABIC Agri-Nutrients. So tell us how these macroeconomic forces are impacting the way that you're working.
Sure. So first of all, Thomas, thank you so much for the introduction. I'm truly honored to be in this panel and exchanging some perspectives on a very vital topic, which is the food security. And allow me to address your point about the challenges, speaking from the challenges of fertilizers, but from the perspective of agriculture. The agriculture is the main bloodstream for any healthy food system, and hence food security. And there are a couple of key challenges I'd like to underline. I will not be as articulate as Dr. Abdul Hakim, having the 4 C's or 3 C's, but I would say the climate change, which has been highlighted and been pointed earlier, is certainly a major challenge that we have today for the agriculture. Today, we have lost, like to like, from 1961 to date, 21% of the global food production, like to like, mainly because of the climate changes. That aggravated even to 34% at areas where there are water scarcity and it is more warmer. So it's a major challenge that we need to attend to. The second challenge I would like to highlight here, and especially it's really applicable in Africa, is the challenge related to the availability and affordability of fertilizers for the agriculture sector. And I would like not to oversimplify it, as simply it's not the price of a fertilizer metric ton, but it's actually having the right fertilizer at the right location, during the right season, at the right price. And this brings the challenge on the logistics and the infrastructure. The studies showed that the fertilizers, until they reach to the end consumer, the farmer, they move through at least 3 hands. So the value chain actually introduce more intermediate steps to get to that. With an inherent higher cost of logistics, in Africa, 2.5 to 3 times the cost in other parts of the world, that makes this challenge for fertilizer and agriculture very, very serious in a way. What fertilizers are doing and being part of the solution, I think there are several initiatives, but I would highlight 2. The first one is addressing the climate change, which is the technology application. So how much we can innovate in fertilizer so we can reduce the emissions and also have higher yield. So it's actually putting less for more. The second very important, I think, also solution that can be played is about this integration to the value chain. Manufacturers can really integrate and partner with the value chain, distribution and blending, and also local retailers there. We have, and that will make the fertilizer more cheaper and more faster to reach to the farmer. We have recently, as a company, we have earlier this year, we closed a major deal with 1.2 billion Saudi riyal that's actually been partnered with in Africa. And with that, we have a coverage of 50% of the continent, mainly to be closer and closer to the farmers in Africa.
Thank you, Abdurrahman. I can see His Excellency nodding away there, saying yes, absolutely. So, Your Excellency, if I can come back to you now, we've kind of, if we use this as our starting point, we've got the big challenges outlined. Now, if we can zoom in, because as this country often says, with challenges come opportunities. This nation of transformation is being built on economic transformation and opportunity. So if we were to look at the economic opportunities that come with enhancing food security, enhancing water resilience, what would you say for foreign investors looking to join Saudi Arabia on its transformation journey are the opportunities in the food and agriculture sector in the kingdom?
If we look to food market in Saudi Arabia, today Saudi Arabia imports 20 billion food services, while GCC countries import 40 billion food. If we look at North Africa, they import what costs $6 billion. If we look at the location of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the neighboring countries of Africa and the advantage that are available in African countries and the advantages of Saudi Arabia, I think there are many opportunities. If we look at the coasts in Saudi Arabia, we can produce 600,000 tons of fish using innovative technologies, and we will be able to export our fish. We will export now to a large number of countries like China in the east and Western countries such as Western Europe. We are able to export large quantities reaching 700,000 tons. In Saudi Arabia, we have a lot of laws and regulations that motivate such investments. We have Agricultural Development Fund that has 80 billion Saudi riyals. In the past, loans were only 500 million. So it increases 16 times through 7 years. This is a very good indication for this sector, and that it's good for industrial and sustainable agriculture, and we should maintain this space. I don't think we talk about agriculture because it's the only method for producing food. There is opportunity for international alliances, so the kingdom can be a hub to import food from producing countries like the Black Sea countries, South America, and they reproduce and treat their food in Saudi Arabia. So I can see that if we look at East Africa countries, there are some countries have animal resources reaching 400 million heads. Some countries that import protein take it from Africa. There can be collaboration, and the kingdom can play its part in that regard. Simply, we target to increase our services and products, whether poultry, fruit, fish. There are some areas in Saudi Arabia have extra advantages for agriculture and will be great supporters. Markets and the free markets. Saudi Arabia has free markets that allows exporting and importing. We don't impede these two processes to serve all the region.
Sunny, His Excellency outlines a number of opportunities there, especially collaboration and similarities between the African continent and Saudi Arabia. I wonder if you can pick up for us on this to make the most of these opportunities that exist. Private sector investment and collaboration is vital. You yourself, obviously, working with a major agri-food business that's operating across 60 countries and delivering foodstuffs to over 20,000 people. What role does the private sector have to play in joining forces with the public sector in Saudi Arabia and Africa to capitalize and leverage these opportunities?
I think a very critical role. So firstly, if you look at the comprehensive African Agricultural Development Program agreed by the African Union, the target was that by 2021, African countries will spend 10% of the GDP on agriculture. In 2021, they spent 4.1%. African countries today are spending $78 billion annually of very valuable foreign exchange to import various food items. And thirdly, in terms of productivity, the value add per worker in the African agricultural supply chains is about $1,900 per worker. This compares to $100,000 in the US. So private sector has an important role to play to supplement investments in Africa. My company, we work in 21 countries in Africa. Africa is a differentiated part and core and central and the heart of our strategy. And that is because the PIN code, the global PIN code is changing. Today we have 8 billion people on the planet, 1.5 billion people in Africa, 4.8 billion people in Asia. By 2100, we'll have 11 billion people on the planet. Asia will degrow from 5.4 in 2050 back to 4.88 because China is aging, India is aging. The entire 3 billion of incremental population is all going to happen in Africa. Per capita incomes in Africa in 1970 was $225. It is still low, it is $1,900. But MENA, if you take, is $9,000. So unless there is private-public partnership and private companies are willing to invest in Africa, I think we will not be able to sustainably solve the gaps that I identified, the 6 gaps. We are very grateful that SALIC has now become our majority shareholder, or not our single largest shareholder and strategic shareholder at 35.4%. So we will help SALIC to achieve its mission and its mandate to solve for food security in the kingdom as well as in the Gulf Cooperation Council region, but also to become a global food security company because that's a very attractive investment theme. So partnerships of this kind can amplify the effort and the investments and the capacity building that is required to truly transform to a sustainable food future.
Thank you. Abdul Rahman, just going on Sunny's points there, I'm going to combine a few points into 2 here because we're talking about returns. We're talking about the things that incentivize investors in the first place. SABIC Agri-Food, at its core, has been publicly listed for a long time. So I wonder if you could tell us about your perspective on addressing this urgent need for collaboration between the public and private sector, and in particular, how you focus on de-risking investments into investment environments that are not usually seen as major opportunities for foreign investors.
Oh, that's great. First of all, I 100% subscribe to what you said. It's about the partnership. Food security cannot be achieved by a single party by its own. It has to be collaborative, collected, orchestrated efforts that can help us with the food security. And I would say on a high level, there are probably 4 dimensions or areas that I can see this partnership and de-risking of investment would have. And the first one is about creating an enabling environment. And with that, I mean that goes into the deregulation, the free trading, goes into improving the infrastructure, continue to improve infrastructure, rewarding low-carbon solutions and products, as well as also promoting the ESG. I know His Excellency Al-Falih was talking about, Engineer Falih was talking about the ESG and how important it is for investment, because it brings transparency and also it brings a higher appetite for investment. With that, especially we talk about Africa, that also will help to bring flow and access to capital, which is today with the unprecedented times we are living in, with high inflation and high cost of financing, and also the forex, as well as our liquidity challenges. That's really a major factor that to be considered. The second item, I think, where the partnership can work and help on de-risking it, is about jointly investing in the technology. I think we have a great opportunity to do that, where there is actually agri-tech, digital farming. Today, if you talk about entire world, it's only 20% of the arable land that is being applying the digital technology. So the opportunity is huge. And with that, including the training of the farmers, the training of the agricultural community to accept the technology. Thirdly, which is also very important, is jointly investing in the local young talents. So it's about really how much we can prepare new engineers, scientists, agronomists for the future. The last point I would like really to conclude with, which is more on us as agri-neutrals, fertilizer leaders, is reaching out to the government officials, trying to come up with more innovative ideas of how we can support the value chain, be more closer to the farmers, hand in gloves, so we can create further and better collaborative platforms.
Excellent, thank you. Dr. Al-Waya, given what you've heard about making the most of these opportunities, from the FAO's perspective and maybe with a policy lens, how are you looking at enabling these opportunities and making sure that people can capitalize on them in the region and in Africa?
Thank you, Tom. Let me go back to my ACT formula and jump on the last 4 T's, and those are the solutions, which we need to invest more in capitalizing and promoting our capacity for sustainable agri-food systems. The first T is investing in technology. And here, the private sector, especially the large-scale private sector, plays a major role. The reason for that, 60% goes all the way to 80% in some of the regions of our food today in the world is produced by small farmers. These small farmers cannot afford to invest in technologies unless a mega-scale investor would come in and make that technology with its repair and development available. Not just that, some of the large-scale investors in agriculture, they have even the capacity for R&D to develop their own technology. And that's very important to tailor for the local context. So technology, number one. The second T is trade. And this is very important, and it's the context of this conference. We have to invest in sustainable long-term trade. For agriculture, you cannot do ad hoc, 1 year, one in, out for trade. You need to build contracts for longer trade at decades level. You also need to promote contract farming so that farmers know where their products are going to. So you promote them to produce more. And the third one is tapping on local resources. And it's very important that countries today tap on their local resources to maximize the best that they can produce sustainably. Because there are a lot of ways that you can produce, but it's not sustainable. So that T is important. Once you reach that, your 30–40% of your local production or the total demand produced locally, then you can invest in the 60% bringing from outside. And the last one is the trends that I mentioned earlier, the trends of the way we consume food, focusing more on healthy food. Now, having said this, from policy perspective, what we do at FAO, 2 things that we believe countries can do it. And I noticed in the discussions before me that you shifted from the public sector, with the Excellency showing what they do, and then the private sector, their intervention. It's quite a tricky formula. Public sector looks at the interest of the citizens in the communities. Private sector is a demand and profit driven. And we have to be honest with that. It's a demand and profit driven. So it's the public sector that has to create the ecosystem that makes that demand for the communities attractive to the private sector for investment. And that is where the policy making comes in. What we do at FAO, 2 things that we believe if countries gain them, they will resolve the whole security issues. One is building the right leadership at the concerned sectors of food security. Here we're talking about sectors of agriculture, sectors of water, sectors of environment. And what we do, we just launched in partnership with Cambridge University in the UK, a leadership training academy for the Near East North Africa, where we bring in undersecretaries of the ministries, director generals, directors, and managers to build them with the best state-of-the-art tools of how they manage their strategies and policies for long term. Number 2, they need the inputs, ingredients, data. Is to establish, and it's already in the process, a regional observatory for food security and nutrition that provides real-time data, analytics, with all the weather conditions, but also their productivity and the global market move, so that they can set up their policies and strategies for long term.
Thank you, Doctor. Gents, there's so much content and insights and knowledge to dive into. We are strapped for time, so I'm going to come to a concluding message from each of you. I'll go in reverse order, and Your Excellency, we will finish with you. Doctor, if we could start with you. If you were going to summarize the opportunities into a message to our audience today in terms of future prospects and hope for collaboration between Saudi Arabia and Africa, what would you say in 30 seconds? And I've got a clock going.
Okay. The 2007-2008 food financial crisis or economic crisis was called the triple F crisis: food, fuel, and finance. The upcoming one, we believe it's going to be a 4F, and that's food, fuel, finance, and fertilizers. The reason I'm saying that 60% of what we produce today globally is because of fertilizers, which simply means if we don't have fertilizers, we won't be able to meet even 40% of current productions. I'm saying this because of why? The Arab region, with Saudi Arabia on the lead, produces 30% of the global market of fertilizers. Both the three fertilizers, potash, phosphate, and the nitrogen-based one. And it is very important for Africa because they cannot meet their production targets without having these fertilizer supply. It's an excellent point to win. I will conclude with a formula of 2 Fs to 2 Fs. Finance and fertilizers from descent, food for future from Africa.
Thank you for all of the use of the letters and the ABC. I think we've all learned a few more memory techniques today. Thank you, Doctor. Sunny, your 30-second message to the conference.
I think we have to tackle this on multiple fronts. The first thing we have to do is to manage demand. And managing demand, I have just one thing to say about Africa, is that we have to reduce post-harvest losses. In the rice supply chain in Nigeria, we have used a simple mechanical thresher and reaper, and we have reduced post-harvest losses by 46%, increasing farmer incomes by $200 per hectare. So that's the first thing. Second, we have to get more from the existing land and not really focus on putting more land under cultivation to meet the growing demand gap between food supply and food availability. So how do you increase productivity through technology breakthroughs? That's the second thing we have to do. Third, we have to focus on aquaculture production, because that for me is the most efficient form of protein consumption. Last year we consumed 349 million tons of meat. In 1960 we consumed 45 million tons of meat. In 2050 we are expected to consume 500 million tons of meat. It's not sustainable. So you have to focus on aquaculture production. Then you have to be climate positive, nature positive, and livelihood positive. And I think Saudi Arabia has a great role to play in catalyzing and transforming the agricultural supply chains in Africa.
An excellent positive message. Abdul Rahman, 30 seconds. What's your message to the conference?
Well, thank you. That's hard. I can't make the 4 T's or the 3 T's, though. But I'll try to make it simple. I think there is clarity about that. There is an urgent call for action. We need to step up the technology game. We need to step up the training game. There is a huge opportunity with collaboration that we can see ahead of us. We see at the same time, I think we need hope, as you highlighted, at this critical hour of the day. There are bright spots to acknowledge and to build upon and to take it to the next level. What we see in Africa, many transformational programs around agriculture. I think in Saudi Arabia we have also strong resources, know-how, capabilities that can accelerate that also, that transformation. And we are, as companies, we are really putting our cash where our mouth is. I mean, with the investment being local players in Africa, this platform of African-Saudi partnership provide us with really an opportunity of materializing many of those points that I've just highlighted. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Abdul Rahman. Your Excellency, wrap everything up for us with your message to the conference.
I think if we want to have enough food for the world for 2050 and beyond, we should start with a clear plan from now for supply and demand. We are able to predict the population in 2040, 2050. We can calculate and predict the demand on food that will be created. So we should have a clear plan. Where will this food be produced? Who will produce it? Where? How? Who will finance? What are the enablers for that? And I think FAO will have a greater part to play. Saudi Arabia, as usual, will play its part in this regard. However, I don't think that that doesn't require delaying any further. We should have clear plan for the population and its future.
And practical plan, such as the way of this nation going forwards. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to wrap it up there. Please thank my panelists for a fascinating and insightful panel.
Thank you indeed. And now we proceed with the signing of agreements. Starting with Development Loan Agreement between the Saudi Fund for Development and the Republic of Guinea for the construction and equipment of a mother and child referral hospital project worth 281.25 million Saudi riyals. Representing the Saudi counterpart, His Excellency CEO of Saudi Fund for Development, Mr. Sultan Al-Marshad. And representing the Guinea counterpart, His Excellency, Minister of Economy and Finance, Mr. Musa Siatsieh. Development Loan Agreement between the Saudi Fund for Development and the Republic of Malawi for the construction and rehabilitation of Manguchi Makanjira Road Project worth 75 million Saudi riyals, representing the Saudi counterpart, His Excellency, CEO of Saudi Fund for Development, Mr. Sultan Al-Marshad, representing the Malawian part, His Excellency, Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs, Mr. Sustin Gwingwe. Development Loan Agreement between the Saudi Fund for Development and the Republic of Burkina Faso for the Manga Regional Hospital Project, Phase 2, worth 63.75 million Saudi riyals, representing the Saudi counterpart, His Excellency, CEO of Saudi Fund for Development, Mr. Sultan Al-Marshad, representing the Burkinian counterpart, His Excellency, Minister of Economy, Finance and Development, Dr. Abu Bakr Nakanabu. Development Loan Agreement between the Saudi Fund for Development and the Republic of Burundi for the rehabilitation of King Khalid University Hospital in Bujumbura, worth 187.5 million Saudi riyals, representing the Saudi counterpart, His Excellency, CEO of Saudi Fund for Development, Mr. Sultan Al-Marshad, and representing the Burundi counterpart, His Excellency Minister of Finance and Budget and Economic Planning, Mr. Odas Niyonzima. Development loan agreement between the Saudi Fund for Development and the Republic of Sierra Leone for the construction and equipment of Riyadh Referral Hospital project worth 187.5 million Saudi riyals. From Sierra Leone, His Excellency Deputy Minister of Finance, Mrs. Jenipa Bangura. Development loan agreement between the Saudi Fund for Development and the Republic of Tanzania for the Benko and Kayaka transmission line project worth 48.75 million Saudi riyals. Representing the Saudi counterpart, His Excellency CEO of Saudi Fund for Development, Mr. Sultan Al-Marshad. And representing the Tanzanian counterpart, His Excellency Minister of Finance and Planning, Dr. Migulu Chimba. Development loan agreement between the Saudi Fund for Development and the Republic of Niger for the construction and equipment of boarding secondary schools for girls in several regions projects worth 105 million Saudi riyals. Representing the Saudi counterpart, His Excellency CEO of Saudi Fund for Development, Mr. Sultan Al-Marshad. Representing the Niger counterpart, His Excellency Minister of Economy and Finance, Mr. Ali Mahman Zain. Thank you indeed. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we proceed for a break for 1 hour. Please come back here after 1 hour. Ladies and gentlemen, please note that the break is half an hour. Please note that the break is half an hour. Due to the changes in our schedule, the break is half an hour. So please be back here at 1 p.m. Thank you. نتوجه الآن لاستراحة لمدة نصف ساعة. نعود بعدها لاستكمال فقرات برنامجنا في تمام الساعة 1 ظهرا. شكرا لتفهمكم. Thank you for understanding.
Merci pour votre compréhension.
Ladies and gentlemen, we continue with the agreement signing. Protocol of agreement between the government of the Republic of Chad and Ajlan and Brothers Holding Group Company. Representing Ajlan Brothers Holding Group, Engineer Majid Saleh, CEO of Tendering. And representing the Chadian counterpart, His Excellency Mohammed Saleh Al-Nadif, Minister of Affairs, Chadians Abroad and International Cooperation. Memorandum of Understanding between the Ministry of Health in the Republic of Chad and Jamjoom Pharmaceuticals in the health sector. Representing Jamjoom, Dr. Ahmed Jamjoom, Vice President, Jamjoom Pharma. Representing the Chadian counterpart, His Excellency Mohammed Saleh Al-Nadif, Minister of Affairs, Chadians Abroad and International Cooperation. Memorandum of Understanding between InterHealth Canada Co. and the Ministry of Health in the Republic of Chad in the sector of healthcare. Representing Canada Co. Dr. Mu'tig Al-Shahrani, CEO InterHealth Canada. Representing the Chadian counterpart, His Excellency Mohammed Saleh Al-Nadif, Minister of Affairs, Chadians Abroad and International Cooperation. Protocol of Agreement between the Government of the Republic of Chad and Al-Rajhi International for Investment. Representing Al-Rajhi International for Investment, Mr. Ahmed Al-Dakhil, CEO. And His Excellency Mohammed Saleh Al-Nadif, Minister of Affairs, Chadians Abroad and International Cooperation for the Chadian counterpart. Memorandum of Understanding to exchange knowledge and expertise between Aqua Power and the Ministry of Petroleum and Energy of the Republic of Chad, representing the Saudi Aqua Power counterpart, Mohammed Abdullah Abu Nayyan, Chairman of the Board of Directors of Aqua Power. And representing the Chadian counterpart, Sir Abdullahi Magoudi, Minister Delegate to the Minister of Hydrocarbons responsible for energy independence. Thank you indeed. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we continue with our break, which will end at 1 p.m. Please be here at 1 p.m. Thank you. السيدات والسادة الكرام، نأمل منكم التفضل بالجلوس على مقاعدكم. سنبدأ بعد قليل من الآن. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We're starting shortly.
Mesdames et messieurs, s'il vous plaît, prenez vos places. La conférence commence dans un petit temps.
حضورنا الكرام، نأمل منكم التفضل بالجلوس على مقاعدكم. سنبدأ بعد لحظات من الآن. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We're starting momentarily. Thank you. السيدات والسادة الكرام، نأمل منكم سرعة التفضل بالجلوس على مقاعدكم. سنبدأ الآن. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats now. We are starting now. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are starting the fourth session now. The fourth session is titled Human Capital, the Key to Economic Growth, moderated by Rima Maktabi, UK Bureau Chief at Al Arabiya Channel. Joining her in this session, His Excellency, Mr. Wael Edun, Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy Republic of Nigeria. His Excellency Professor Jugna Dungo, the Cabinet Secretary at the National Treasury and Economic Planning of Republic of Kenya. His Excellency Engineer Ammar Ngadi, Vice Minister of Economic Planning.
Hello and welcome. Human capital is by far the most important form of capital in creating wealth and growth. This statement was made in 1992 by Gary Becker, winner of the Nobel Memorial Prize in Economics for his work on human capital. Now, after 3 decades, can one argue that this statement remains relevant and that we are still talking about human capital-based economies when all we hear for a decade now is that machines will eventually take over jobs? In this panel, we will talk about the role of human capital in driving economic growth. I have 3 distinguished speakers with me today. You're welcome. Please welcome with me His Excellency Mr. Ammar Ngadi, Vice Minister of Economy and Planning in Saudi Arabia. His Excellency Professor Juguna Dungu, the Cabinet Secretary of National Treasury and Economic Planning in Kenya. His Excellency Mr. Wali Edun, Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy in Nigeria. We will talk about their countries' experiences and reflect on how their individual experience can leverage on strengthened African-Arab ties. And here we're not talking about human capital only, we're talking about physical capital, human capital, and social capital. And there's one very important and striking similarity among the 3 countries, which is youth. Their labor force is largely youthful. The under 35 population is 70 to 80% in Kenya and Nigeria, and this is compared to 67% in Saudi Arabia. Your Excellency, Mr. Ngadi, I'll start with you. How is human capital linked to innovation? And what are the main initiatives taken by Saudi Arabia to develop human capital and innovation?
First of all, it's an absolute pleasure being here today, and I would like to welcome Their Excellencies to Saudi Arabia. I'd like to take a step back first, and if we were to reflect on what human capital is, human capital at the end of the day, it's about people. And human capital development, it's about enabling and empowering people to unleash their full potential, empowering them through education, empowering them through training, empowering through the needed infrastructure and quality of life, but also promoting a culture of innovation, entrepreneurship, and digital transformation. All of these factors lead to innovation. And this is why human capital development has been central in Saudi's Vision 2030. One of the vision realization programs is the program for human capability development. This is a program with a strategic intent to support upskilling, education, and innovation. In addition, there is the research, development, and innovation authority. And this is an authority that supports, through funding, scholars and researchers to drive human capital development and innovation. All of these efforts and more have resulted into Saudi over the last 3 years jumping 18 ranks in the World Innovation Index.
Can you hear me? So there's a lot of focus also on education. How is that also changing?
So definitely education is an integral part of this human capital development story. In 2020, 8% of the GDP was invested in education. So definitely it's one of the primary pillars to achieve these objectives.
Professor Dongwu, we see governments around the world investing in physical infrastructure, digitalization, the medical field after the pandemic is witnessing a lot of investments and attention. For a decade now, we hear about AI and machines. They are taking more of the role that the humans play. So I don't know if the next conference there will be an AI anchor having this talk with you. A lot of talk about AI replacing the workforce, from making coffee to probably getting to the moon. Aren't humans the core drivers of innovation?
Thank you very much, and I'm very, very happy to be here in this economic conference. And I think it is looking at critical issues, especially coming from Africa, the development discourse in Africa. And the first point you started with was here the physical infrastructure, the investment in physical infrastructure. And maybe even sticking there for a minute, I look at physical infrastructure in the part of the world that we come from as one that is going to introduce dimensions of development in two dimensions. First, it rewards transactions cost. And the transactions cost in the region that we come from is very, very important for households and farms, both small and medium-sized farms, because they are transactions heavy. And because they are transactions heavy, if you take care of their transactions cost, then you enhance their profitability. So in a sense, what we are really saying is that infrastructure is going to introduce a complementarity to private investment. And that is very, very important. The second dimension is actually saying, look, once you have physical infrastructure, then you provide the rails through which innovation can take place and ride on, and the private sector will innovate and produce what we call core infrastructure that will ride on those rails. Those layers become very important because that is where accessibility becomes very, very important. Market development becomes very important. And that is where digital space is coming from. Let me give you an example. In 2007, Kenya introduced a retail electronic payment system using your mobile phone, the embodiment of M-Pesa. From then on, and totality of Africa, it has changed the digital space, the digital financial space. From then on, we have virtually everything. The IT system is using that. The payment system is helping us even payments of taxes, resolution for so many things. So in a sense, it has made the digital, the finance market accessible. It can produce scale. So in a sense, what we're really saying is that where we are coming from, we're not worried about the machine, the AI running. We are actually saying, come up with the physical infrastructure. The private sector will produce the core infrastructure that is going to ride on that. And then we are going to improve the market. Once we improve the market, efficiency is about how that market functions. And that's why you have AI coming in, machine learning. All those systems are to improve the market. Improving the capacity and capability is going to be very, very important. And that's where we are.
So do you think we'll get to a stage where credit is given more to the machine than to human capital? Are we going to get to this stage, or there will always be a balance?
We will go into different stages of innovations. Those innovations are supposed to reduce unit cost because essentially that is where we are. But for us, what do we want? We want value for money, value for investment. So if you are capacity constrained in terms of labor, then you have to replace it with machines. That's what we're really saying. What are you doing? You are increasing efficiency, you are increasing scale, you are also increasing reach. So for us, it's very, very important because we have to understand that in different stages of life, we are going to have underlying constraints. So if those machines are coming in to actually resolve the underlying constraint, that is the development discourse that we need to take.
Your Excellency, Edun, in many Arab and African countries, it's the government that play a big role in enabling human capital, right? I mean, public spending on education takes up a big chunk of the government's budgets. What role is the private sector? What do you want from the private sector?
Thank you very much. First of all, let me join my colleagues in saying I'm very, very happy to be here and part of this conversation. You know, in Africa, we say it takes a village to raise a child. So definitely, it is not just the government sector, the public sector, as you say. The private sector has a role to play. Even the third sector, the not-for-profit sector, has a big role to play. We know the linkages that you have between research, universities, private sector investment in education. But the importance of it is that for human capital development, which is a key priority of the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in Nigeria, first of all, you have to make the investment in, and it has to be productive, because that's where you get growth, that's where you get jobs, and that's where you get reduction in poverty. The private sector's role really is one of partnering, particularly at the research level, to turn the research into innovations that now lead to goods and services that drive the economy. But let me also add, in addition to government spending, private sector spending, there is also non-formal education and learning, out of the classroom learning, where the private sector can play a role. So you have, for instance, empowerment, youth development schemes. One's called the Duke of Edinburgh scheme, where young people not only learn in a classroom, but they learn skills. They do activities. They train for leadership over and above the formal education.
Your Excellency Nagadi, Saudi Arabia has witnessed a major shift when it comes to jobs, human capital, the productivity of human capital. How can the development of human capital increase productivity and contribute to the growth of economy overall?
So we talked earlier about innovation, right? And innovation is about enabling people to have ideas. Productivity is about enabling people to act on these ideas and ensure that these ideas and innovations are integrated part of the economy. You achieve that by creating an inclusive environment. You achieve that by increasing economic participation. And that's why the labor market strategy in Saudi focuses on that. It focuses on boosting skills, but also creating job opportunities and increasing participation. When the vision started, women labor force participation was at 19%. And we had an ambitious goal to achieve 30%. Today, the women labor force participation has reached 36%, and the momentum continues consistently. This is one example, but there are also other programs that support SMEs, that support entrepreneurs and the youth in general. All of these efforts combined have led to progress on the productivity front. In 2022, Saudi had the highest rate of growth amongst all G20 countries in productivity growth per worker. The great thing about productivity is that productivity leads to growth, and growth leads to prosperity. And ultimately, every country aspires to achieve prosperity for its nation and people.
Professor Dongwu, this summit concerns 66 countries. 22 of them are Arab. We're basically talking about the future of 1.5 billion people collectively among Arab and African countries. But we are also talking about regions that are marred with among the highest poverty rates in the world, and home to the largest refugee population and prevalence of conflict. How can we ensure that the 1.5 billion people are promised a decent future?
Thank you very much. And just look at that 1.5 billion people as a future market. Once we sort out the constraints about growth and even human capital development. just make an assumption that human capital development is going to actually create capacity and capability across these populations. And we are going to grow the middle class in other countries.
Yeah.
And middle class helps us to understand, to create a population that is very innovative, investors. And they are very sensitive to political changes, so it means that they defend freedoms, but also have a preference for peace. So you can imagine that is a very large potential market for trade, potential market for investment, and potential market for actually pushing the world to another frontier. When my friend here was talking about human capital development, I usually parade education, health, labor market, and nutrition outcomes. Don't forget that this is where we are going to get institutional leaders. These are the people who are going to shape markets. So when I look at the component of the countries that you have mentioned, Arab and Africa, I'm looking at a large market. If we are conscious in terms of what we really need to do, the capability and capacity of the human capital development focus is going to ignite markets growth. It's going to ignite a potential for growth that will create its own momentum, endogenous momentum to grow. That's why I do believe that we can turn it into an opportunity, using the human capital development, raising the capital accumulation so that it can actually ignite economic transformation. And that's where we are. We need to look at it in terms of the opportunities it can create.
Your Excellency, Edun, compared to aging populations in other regions, the Arab African regions it's home to the biggest youth bulge. And I just mentioned the numbers at the beginning. How can we ensure that this remains a strength and an opportunity? What can be done?
Well, you've just said it. It's all in the numbers. 1.5 billion people, 18% of the world's population. And as far as Africa is concerned, about 60% of them below the age of 35. And that is a demographic advantage to be achieved and to be turned into a dividend. And I think I will just focus on perhaps a little bit of what is happening in Nigeria. One of the key priorities is inclusivity of young people, of young women. And one of the ways is by following the trend of the world now, which is digital, which is technology. And in Nigeria, we have a program worth $600 million, which financiers such as the Islamic Development Bank are funding to create 35,000 startups and to really focus on what young people need, what young women need. And I think that's where the productivity is going to come from, to turn what is a demographic advantage into a real dividend and growth, and as you say, reduction in poverty.
And how can you increase the competitive generation and make it indispensable to the global economy, like as Nigeria? What's been done on that?
I think the first thing is that an environment has to be created that allows for investment. So we have to stabilize the macroeconomy. We have to get inflation down. We have to get borrowing under control, and then create access. One of the priorities in Nigeria is access to capital. And that's one of the key things that young people in particular need, but business as a whole needs, in order to be able to create the services and the products that grow the economy.
Professor Dungu, we mentioned the conflicts in the region. I mean, when we talk about social cohesion, we talk also about conflicts, violence, fragility. These are common issues among Arab and African countries. If we can elaborate more, what role can human capital play here? Not talking about governments, we're talking about human capital.
Thank you very much. And because you can actually summarize it and say that when you see this kind of fragility and conflict and all that, it's an institutional failure problem. And then you go back and ask, why is it an institutional failure problem? And how can we fix it? Because I think the institutions fail once they do not pronounce themselves in terms of the legal framework. That is the rules of the game. And then secondly, institutions must also define appropriate incentives. So it means that the reward system is already known and the legal framework is known. That's why when we start from human capital development, we are also saying how do we endogenize the institutional DNA or institutional structure that is required? How do we get leadership in those institutions that we can observe the legal framework and we can also observe the set of reward system that we have set for ourselves? That is what drives our own endogenous institutions, and that's what we need to proclaim. So in a sense, if we want to make sure that we fight this out, we have to strengthen the institutions that are very, very responsible for this. And that is, for us, very, very critical. That is why I'm even starting from human capital. We need to know that leadership in those institutions will depend on the quality of human capital that we generate, and then the environment under which we are there. In fact, when you talked about even investment, investment cannot take place when the rules of the games are not observed, when the incentive mechanisms are not observed. So you can see that we are in that space that if we don't deal with our own institutions, then those weaknesses will come to destroy markets, will come to destroy the structures of government that we really believe in. And that's where we are, and that is why human capital development starts the whole race and ends up in telling us that we are going to get good results because we have accomplished what is required.
Mr. Nagadi, I don't know if you have any comment on any of the things mentioned. If we move on to the next topic, which is sustainable development of human capital, what's Saudi Arabia doing in addressing this? And what can both Saudi Arabia and Africa do to address this topic in the future, joint effort among the countries of both regions?
I think sustainable development of human capital, the main idea is that this is an ongoing journey. This is about empowering people throughout their life cycle, whether it's primary education, all the way to on-job training. This is a full cycle that needs to be continued. And the role that governments have is to continue to invest in the important sectors that will drive this human capital. We heard earlier in the session, investing in the future, also talk about investing in human capital and how that is crucial. So investing in education, in healthcare, in a robust social protection system, in digitalization, and other strategic sectors is very critical to sustain human capital development. Of course, if these investments do materialize, I'm sure that we will see generations and generations of leaders and innovators.
Mr. Dungu, in September 2023, the world leaders met in New York at the UN High-Level Political Forum on Sustainable Development to discuss where they all stand on the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. And they all echoed the need for a global rescue plan. In Kenya, what are the main drivers or accelerators to achieving a sustainable development agenda that leaves no one behind?
Thank you very much. And the main conclusion that came up from the United Nations General Assembly is that, and from so many members of so many countries, especially coming from Africa, was that the Sustainable Development Goals were off track. And we have 7 years to achieve them. So it means that the first step is to bring them back to track, and then now come up with a strategy in terms of how you're going to achieve them. And we have to maybe go back to the drawing board and ask ourselves, how do we bring them back to track? And especially in Kenya, one of the things that I have argued very strongly is that to bring the Sustainable Development Goals on track is actually, first of all, to revive economic recovery. Because the economic recovery has been buffeted, or maybe the economic structure has been buffeted by layers of persistent shocks. And you know, we have started from COVID, and we have the Ukrainian conflict that affected the supply side, and we have global dollar shortage just because of tightening of monetary policy, and then we have we had a devastating drought. All these are persistent shocks. They have created a structural effect or a permanent effect. How do you recover from the recovery so that you bring the SDGs back to track? There are 4 areas I just mentioned them. We have talked about human capital development. That's the starting point. The second thing is markets. Let's look at markets. How do we develop our markets, protect them, regulate them, and nudge them to the optimal path? Third, how do we finance development? It can only be done first. The first line of defense is domestic resource mobilization, our tax system. That has to be effective because any bilateral, multilateral support comes in as an add-on. And fourth, which is very, very critical, is that we are in the age where we are talking about the fourth industrial revolution is going to be driven by digitization. The digital evolution has been seen to work very well.
Yeah.
So if we combine those 4 with a lot of, should I say, determination, we are going to reignite economic recovery. And once economic recovery is back on stage, then we are going to get a line of, should I say, start marching towards the vision, the 2030 SDG, should I say, achievements. It's a hard task, but the first thing is economic recovery is quite critical, and we have areas. Different countries with different resource capability can start in any of the 4. But the most important thing for countries like Kenya, we have to start in that direction. Thank you.
Yeah. Your Excellency, Edun, what in Nigeria is being done? What are the main drivers, accelerators to this? And in the run for 2030, what are the top priorities for Nigeria?
I think it's almost a global and a common theme these days that, as Professor says, the SDGs are off track, and we have to find a way to drive development in an environment where interest rates are high and are likely to stay high. Therefore, funding for development is unlikely to come from financing by even the multilateral development institutions. Instead, there has to be an emphasis on domestic resource mobilization. There has to be an emphasis on efficiency of spending. And when we go back to looking at that efficiency of spending, you know, in terms of human capital development, there is relatively high spending on education. But still, when you look at the figures, the Human Capital Index as measured by the World Bank for Africa as a whole is 0.4. In Saudi Arabia, it's actually 0.58%. But what that means is that at 0.4, you are only getting 40% of the productivity, only 40% of the potential of the earning power of the contribution of that child. And so therefore, efforts have to be made domestically to really create an environment that not only has emphasis on domestic investment, attracting foreign investment, but also research and development to improve productivity generally. That's the key.
I'm running out of time, but to wrap with I have more questions, but Your Excellency Nagadi, what is the Arab world expecting from Africa when it comes to human capital? What are your expectations, and vice versa? What do you want from, what can the Arab world offer?
I think we're in a very unique situation where there's a lot of potential. We talked earlier about having the youth in the population. Africa has more than 60% of its population under the age of 25. Saudi has more than 60% of the population under the age of 30. And this is a unique opportunity. The unique opportunity to invest in human capital development to capture that potential in the future.
Your Excellency Dongo, what do you expect from the Arab world?
Very critical that, just like my colleague here has said, the human capital aspect, but the population itself and the population dividend is very, very critical. But for us, that combined with trade, we have our Africa Continental Free Trade Area, but we have adequate diverse resources, and we have adequate space to increase production because we want to create jobs for the youth. We have very well educated cluster of youth in virtually all aspects, including even now the digital space, the artificial intelligence coming in.
Yes.
It is, the whole space is very, very important to utilize. The whole space is an advantage, it's an opportunity to take up. And that's what I believe, that we can actually enlarge that space by cooperation, opening up trade, but also accelerating human capital development so that we take advantage of the youth.
Your Excellency Adun, what do you expect?
Thank you very much. Basically, partnership. We are looking for a South-South partnership. And you know, let me be frank, the Arab world, Saudi Arabia, they have been blessed with riches from God Almighty, and they have spent them well. And they are looking for more investments for the long term. They have that ability to invest. In Africa, in Nigeria, we have the investments. We have the investment outlets in solid minerals, in natural resources, in infrastructure. We are open for investments from the Arab world. Thank you.
A lot can be said about 1.5 billion people from both regions, but time is always not on our side. Thank you for my esteemed guests and speakers for this, and of course a lot more to be said, and thank you for all the audience, and hopefully more panels to come with more answers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you indeed. And now we start with the agreement signing. Agreement on workers' recruitment between the Ministry of Human Resources and Social Development of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the Ministry of Trade, Industry, Regional Integration and Employment of the Republic of Gambia. Representing the Saudi counterpart, His Excellency Vice Minister of Human Resources and Social Development for Labor, Dr. Abdullah bin Nasser Abu Thnain. Representing the Gambian counterpart, His Excellency Minister of Trade, Industry, Regional Integration and Employment, Mr. Babukar Osmalia Juf. Agreement on domestic workers recruitment between the Ministry of Human Resources and Social Development of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the Ministry of Trade, Industry, Regional Integration and Employment of the Republic of Gambia. Representing the Gambian counterpart, Minister of Trade, Industry, Regional Integration and Employment, Mr. Babukar Osmalia Juf. Agreement on workers' recruitment between the Ministry of Human Resources and Social Development of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the Ministry of Labor, Youth, Employment and Persons with Disabilities of the Republic of Tanzania. Representing the Saudi counterpart, His Excellency Vice Minister for Human Resources and Social Development for Labor, Dr. Abdullah bin Nasser Abu Thnain. And representing the Tanzanian counterpart, Honorary January Y. Makamba, Minister for Foreign Affairs and East African Cooperation. The same gentleman signing an agreement on domestic workers recruitment between the Ministry of Human Resources and Social Development of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the Ministry of Labor, Youth, Employment and Persons with Disabilities of the Republic of Tanzania. Development Loan Agreement between the Saudi Fund for Development and the Republic of Rwanda for the expansion of transmission and distribution water system in the east of Kigali, project worth 75 million Saudi riyals. Representing the Saudi counterpart, His Excellency CEO of Saudi Fund for Development, Mr. Sultan Al Marshad. Representing the Rwandan counterpart, His Excellency Minister of State in charge of Public Investment and Resources Mobilization, Ms. Janine Munisholi. Development Loan Agreement between the Saudi Fund for Development and the Republic of Cabo for the rehabilitation of watersheds in the islands of Santiago, Saint Anton, Antao, and Bouvista, project worth 63.75 million Saudi riyals, representing the Saudi counterpart, His Excellency CEO of Saudi Fund for Development, Mr. Sultan Al Marshad. Representing the Cabo counterpart, His Excellency Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance and Business Development, Mr. Olavo Avelino Correa. Ladies and gentlemen, our fifth session is titled A New Era of Responsible and Sustainable Executive Industries, Extractive Industries, moderated by Nadine Hani, anchor at Al Arabiya channel. Joining her in this session, His Excellency Mr. Bandar Al Khrayef, the Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources, His Excellency Mr. Omar Sarr, the Senegalese Minister of Mines and Geology, Honorary Abdel Karim, Minister of Mines and Geology of Republic of Chad, Mr. Robert Wilt, Chief Executive Officer at Ma'aden, Saudi Arabia.
أهلا وسهلا تفضلوا. مساء الخير. أهلا وسهلا.
Welcome to the Saudi Arab African Conference. Welcome to the session. Thank you for attending. Allow me, since the English is official language for English, I will switch to English.
Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us today at the Saudi Arab African Economic Conference. And thank you for joining us for this session. I'm Nadine Hani. I present the business news on Al Arabiya News Channel. And it is always such a pleasure to come to Riyadh and meet you all. So in this session, the title is A New Era of Responsible and Sustainable Extractive Industries. Throughout the day, we've been discussing ways to enhance economic cooperation, trade, and investment between the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the Arab world on one hand, and African nations on the other, for a more prosperous, equitable, and stable economic future focusing on different sectors. This panel aims to provide a comprehensive understanding of the mining landscape, its challenges, and opportunities for cooperation and growth between Saudi Arabia and the African continent. It is worth noting that Africa is known for its vast resources of minerals that are critical for multiple clean energy technologies. According to a report by the IEA, Africa accounts for over 40% of global reserves of cobalt, manganese, and platinum, all key minerals for batteries and hydrogen technologies. To discuss this sector and areas of cooperation, it is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Bandar Al Khrayef, Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources of Saudi Arabia. Ahla wa sahla. Also with us is His Excellency Mr. Oumar Sarr, Minister of Mines and Geology of the Republic of Senegal, the Honorary Abdelkarim Mohamed Abdelkarim, Minister of Mines and Geology of the Republic of Chad, and Mr. Robert Wilt, the CEO of Ma'aden, the Saudi Arabian mining company. Your Excellencies, Mr. Wilt, thank you very much for taking the time to be here with us today. Your Excellency, Mr. Al-Khraif, I'd like to start with you. Vision 2030 has ambitious goals for harnessing the potential of the mining sector in the kingdom. Can you tell us what are the goals for the mining sector according to the vision?
Thank you, Nadine. And first of all, I would like to welcome everybody here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, wishing them a successful visit. Saudi Arabia's vision is all about diversifying our economy, and definitely both mining and industry are areas of great opportunity to do so. In the past, we have decided to leave mining for later, and later is apparently is now, and therefore our ambition of mining is really towards, first of all, finding more about our natural resources. So we have a great program to through our geological survey to survey the country. Secondly, is really to look at how can we add value from mining, and therefore the strategy of mining and the law both put this as a main important element of the mining sector, of how much can we bring from mining to industry so we can produce high-value products and high-value added value within the country. And finally, when we looked at mining and the global mining operations globally, we realized mining, first of all, had a bad reputation. It didn't give the right returns from an economical point of view or even social point of view. It had a bad impact on the environment, and therefore it was very important for us to see how we can learn from these lessons
and go
therefore
for a more sustainable way.
Absolutely. More sustainable, more responsible, and more impactful on social. And so probably this is in a nutshell our aim, and we are yet to understand our reserves. Today we estimate that we have almost $1.3 trillion of minerals, and we hope that we will announce something, an updated estimate in January during the Future Mineral Forum.
Since you mentioned the Future Minerals Forum, very quickly, can you tell us about this?
Well, the forum was actually part of the strategy when we looked at the industry lacks a platform where we can bring the different stakeholders to discuss the different opportunities, challenges, work together to develop the sector, and especially in the sector what we call the super region, which is Africa, Middle East, and Central Asia, almost 80 countries. We started our discussion with the different countries, with different players in mining companies and so on, and we created this platform. It's a platform that happens to be in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, but it's a global platform helping the region develop the sector. But also now we have seen more and more interest from other countries, especially users of metals, to be part of the activities so that we can ensure there is a continuous flow of investments, that we are helping African countries especially, and countries in Central Asia to bring more minerals to the market.
Very quickly, Your Excellency, can you outline the economic benefits of the mining sector, the potential economic benefits? Because the whole idea is to diversify the economy. So do we have measurable targets or in terms of the economic impact of if the plans are developed?
Definitely, and I will quote Mr. Al-Jad'an, our finance minister, in the last Future Mineral Forum, and he said it clear. The mining play in Saudi Arabia is an economic play, it's not a financial one. Why? Because the the spillover of mining is tremendous. It allows us to use the natural resources that we have. It allows us to to use the competitive energy that we have, and allows us to also benefit from our geographical location. In terms of numbers, this sector aims to achieve approximately 70 to 80 billion dollars of contribution to the GDP, but more importantly, how it will contribute to the different sectors, and mainly in the industrial sector, where we see the added value being activated. Also in food security, where we see today Saudi Arabia is a main player in fertilizers as a result of our phosphate deposits.
Your Excellency, Mr. Sarr, Senegal is known for its diverse range of mineral resources. Can you explain to us the long-term goals of your ministry when it comes to the mining sector? Quels sont les objectifs et la vision de votre gouvernement pour le secteur minier à long terme?
Okay. Merci beaucoup, Madame la modératrice. Je parle en français. Je ne peux pas parler en arabe ni...
C'est pas un problème, on a les appareils pour la traduction.
Je voudrais d'abord remercier mon homologue saoudien et le Royaume d'Arabie Saoudite de nous avoir conviés à cette importante conférence économique et dans laquelle nous échangeons sur les questions minières qui sont des questions pour nous essentielles en Afrique, mais aussi dans le monde de manière générale.
There are very important aspects for the whole world, definitely as for Senegal. As you know, this plays a critical role and includes in its program that we call Emergent Senegal. This area works properly and it's evolving, but our goals, our external goals are to develop further our work and to manage it properly, to ensure that we have our permanent responsibility before the population. So using these minerals and investing in them permanently in the minerals, and when we say regions management, we should know these minerals and resources. In Senegal, there are many of these minerals, and we should look better and properly for these minerals and to have awareness about where these minerals can be found to develop minerals. And this is a very important issue and for us. In Senegal, also, we produce minerals and import some of them. So capabilities of minerals are many and abundant. There is governance, and we should take care of governance in minerals and mining, and where we get such mineral resources and manage this issue. These are very important considerations, and they are subject to comprehensive plan. There is oil in Senegal as well, and in this direction, minerals and this sector, it's a vital sector and a critical one for Senegali economies. مقارنة بدول أخرى.
And vision for the development and growth of the mining and geological sector in Chad.
Merci beaucoup. Je profite aussi de cette opportunité pour remercier le Royaume d'Arabie Saoudite pour l'organisation de cet événement très important.
It's very important for us, as my friend just said, and I would like to thank you for this invitation. Honestly, on Chad's level, we are managing a very important project for making use of mining, as you said, that neighboring countries are coastal countries such as Niger and Burkina Faso, and in Senegal, they are developing countries, and therefore we always try to work to target three main targets. As my friend Marsar said, in Senegal, we try to know our possibilities and capabilities. And we have to know our activities and define a very important strategy for managing these resources and for allocating necessary financial resources for achieving that, and to know exactly what are the capabilities that have been conducted in the past that didn't show the capabilities in Chad regarding capabilities in mineral resources. So we have to focus. We're focusing on gas and oil since 2003.
Once we achieve this, there's another aspect of great importance, the fact that we need to determine a number of projects that will yield profits, to engage in further studies whether it's viable, and also to pave the way for investors to come in. So therefore, we need to conduct these studies of great importance to prepare the conditions for the investors to continue investments in this field tangibly. And also, one of our objectives is to continue our efforts in the mining sector, and to specifically understand where these mines are located in our country, that other countries enjoy an abundance of these minerals. Some countries are undergoing some conflicts, Libya and some parts of Chad, and we have seen many war crimes that are in these countries, or might have be able to protect our investment in Chad. we need to attain stability, and I believe those are important goals for us to achieve.
Mining is one of the main pillars for Vision 2030 to realize its potential. Can you explain to us, when it comes to the goals, what is the mandate of Ma'aden in the mining sector?
So there's a couple of things. His Excellency mentioned that the kingdom's blessed with natural resources, but it's mostly focused its exploration efforts on oil and gas up to this point. And we kind of kid and joke in the kingdom, and we say, as His Excellency mentioned, the time for mining is now. We'll get around to it someday. Someday is here. So we have stood up the world's largest single jurisdiction exploration program in the last 2 years to validate the vast mineral endowment in the kingdom. And we just had a group from Rio Tinto, the world's largest mining company, in the office this week, and we were comparing notes. We are spending as much in Saudi Arabia on our exploration program as Rio Tinto is globally. As Rio Tinto is globally.
Rio Tinto globally, okay.
So we're serious about exploration, and we're actively looking at about 45 sites. And as His Excellency mentioned, we'll have good news to report on this front before Future Minerals Forum. So that's one mandate, is to validate the natural resource endowment in the kingdom. Then secondly, once we find it, develop mines and processing plants around it. So we're already the second or third largest phosphate exporter globally. The board has just approved an expansion project to add 50% capacity to our already leading position. And I'd like to point out, for the audience in the group, the private-public partnership that enabled us to make that decision. The Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources helped support us through the Sharik program, get infrastructure in place, get rail and port infrastructure in place to enable that decision. So we're growing our processing plants and our mines. But the goal is to be the third largest, or the third pillar of the economy. By 2040, we want to be 10 times as large as we are today. And that means developing an ecosystem around this. It means education opportunities. So we are developing a mining curriculum and education all the way from early age through college. His Excellency and I will be going to King Fahd University of Petroleum and Minerals this weekend, where we're going to inaugurate the first school of mining, a degreed mining program. We've got schools of excellence. We've got a mining polytechnic school. So the kingdom is serious about developing mining as the third pillar, and Ma'aden is the vehicle of choice to do it.
Because the vision is very ambitious, are you on track? I know that there are many KPIs for all the companies involved, so are you on track to achieve the vision goals?
I'd say we're definitely on track for some, like Phosphate 3, the project we just announced. It's on schedule. I mean, we will break ground this year, which is the plan. Our exploration program is ahead of schedule. So I'd say, in general, we're well on pace to meet the 2030 and 2040 objectives.
Your Excellency, Mr. Khrayef, let's discuss relationships with Africa. What is currently the level of trade in the mining sector between Saudi Arabia and Africa, and what is the potential for doing business, given that we were talking about how Africa is very wealthy in natural resources? The problem is the development.
So I think it's really an important question today. The level of trade between Saudi Arabia and Africa is only around 40 billion. That's much lower than the possibilities. So, and the reason for this is several things, but if we look at mining in particular, the relation of between the Saudi Arabia and different mining countries, and most of actually as Africa, the products that are produced in Africa do not get processed in Africa. So also what could be exported in $1,000 per ton is being exported for $100 per ton, for example. The logistics is lacking. That's why the forum is key, because it's mining companies, service companies, academia, all in one place. So I'm actually very optimistic, because now, and for the first time probably ever, we actually have a plan that we are executing. And our next future mineral forum, we are going to discuss the details. We also are going to be joined with several G20 countries to discuss how they can do their part, especially when it comes to investments and regulation.
Your Excellency, Mr. Saar, because the time is limited, I want to ask you for quick answers if possible. Can you explain to us a little bit more about the current opportunities and challenges for the mining sector in Senegal right now, and what are you doing to address the issue of governance and the proper use of revenues from that sector?
Oui, merci. Bon, le ministre tout à l'heure l'a dit, c'est vrai que beaucoup de minerais qui viennent d'Afrique sont aujourd'hui.
The minerals that we should look for are consumed, as in Saudi Arabia. There are contradictions. There are minerals coming from Dubai, minerals coming from Guinea, Saudi Arabia, and they are exported. They are exported in legal and illegal manners. There are a lot of procedures that take place in this regard. There are many minerals that are in Africa, and we should try to work on discovering these minerals and to transform these minerals and to take them from Africa. There should be cooperation between Saudi Arabia and our country. Our country has strong relationships with Saudi Arabia and Senegal. The countries that possess, the countries that have a large diaspora of Muslims, there is important financing for Saudi Arabia and Senegal, and to develop infrastructure in Senegal on minerals. Saudi Arabia can play an important role in this regard. Today, there are many deals that will be signed today. And we want to further these relationships where we have understanding between us and Saudi Arabia. And as I said before, there is a comprehensive framework for development between Saudi Arabia and Senegal, and identifying things that can be implemented on reality to further develop this relationship. There are a lot of investments that can be developed and intensified through the relationship, and benefiting from mining in Senegal. There are important policies and regulations for the benefit of our country and people of both countries, and to make use of these possibilities, we invite you to learn more about Senegal and trying to utilize minerals sustainably. Saudi Arabia is looking for a mechanism so it can have a geological map, whether in Africa or globally, through this important vision to improve and recognize minerals and geology in Saudi Arabia, to make use of capabilities in Senegal to work on mining and to work on minerals by developing relations and making use of lands. Without these minerals, lands would disappear that house underground very important minerals, and we can identify and know that there is an understanding between Senegal and Saudi Arabia, and many countries can join in this in a responsible manner, because these minerals should be used properly for the generations to come and to contribute to develop future generations, whether in Africa or Saudi Arabia. Thank you so much.
Also, it's very important to touch upon the issue of governance. Governance and proper use of the resources and revenues from the sector, which, if worked upon and if there is a higher level of transparency, it can encourage more FDIs into the country.
Merci beaucoup.
It's very important that I want to go back to what has been said. It's very important, and it has a positive impact on this possibility to make benefit of these resources locally. There should be a proper governance, and to work on this governance, not just the understanding between countries. It's very important to have such gatherings. I remember in previous January we took part in Minerals Future Forum, and I suggested at that conference that my country can be a country for the trial of many resources for sustainable mining in Chad. So there can be trials between different countries. We have developed significantly. There is constant development thanks to the strategies we have defined and implemented, and thanks to governance of resources that can be utilized. If we reach to improve this cross-borders transcending cooperation, we can achieve a lot of great things and opportunities for youth, and discover minerals further in the desert, Europe, and seas. There are many opportunities that require a lot of experience that we can find through companies such as Ma'aden Company, or making use of industrial and mining resources. Our environment and where we live can provide us with opportunity to achieve these opportunities.
Let's go a little bit deeper into the mining landscape in Saudi Arabia. What are the minerals right now, the main minerals, and what is their importance? And can you also tell us if there are any potential new discoveries here in KSA?
So the things we currently mine and operate facilities around: phosphate fertilizers. So as I said, we've got about 40 years of reserves, some of the best phosphate reserves in the world. So we've got the third largest exporter of phosphate fertilizers. We've got 30 to 40 years of bauxite reserves, which we have a mine, and we convert it to we mine bauxite, convert it to alumina and aluminum, and then roll it into can sheet and auto sheet globally. So we're a huge aluminum producer. We've got 6 operating gold mines, and we are opening the 7th right now. We're commissioning the 7th gold mine. We operate in conjunction with Barrick out of Canada, a copper mine. So we know we've got phosphate, bauxite for aluminum, copper, and gold.
We are talking about partnerships with the African continent. Let us talk about the business model. What kinds of partnerships can be built to achieve the potential for cooperation with the African continent? We just mentioned that they have a vast array of minerals that are necessary for the future technologies that Saudi Arabia is looking to develop.
So I think that there's two things that come to mind. One, Ma'aden, in conjunction with the Public Investment Fund, the PIF here in Saudi Arabia, has a joint venture called Manara Minerals, which is an investment fund to go out and source the critical minerals that the kingdom needs for its downstream development that Ma'aden can't find. I mean, we've got a nice portfolio of minerals, but we don't have iron ore, we don't have copper, we don't have nickel, we don't have lithium. So the charge is to go out and invest in minority stakes in existing mines and companies that can provide offtake to the kingdom for that. Africa is obviously a very ripe continent for those investment opportunities. We've just signed our first deal with Vale Base Metals out of Latin America, but there's nothing, the future's bright for our investment horizon into Africa for the Manara investments. And then secondly, I think we're on the Arabian Shield exploring, but the Nubian Shield across from the Red Sea in Northeast Africa is a mirror geologically. So what we're learning in Saudi Arabia with our vast exploration program, we can certainly see a future where we're exporting that expertise and mining or exploring the Nubian Shield in conjunction with countries there.
What are the main challenges? Because there must be challenges with setting up operations or partnerships with the African continent. How would you describe the main challenges?
Well, I think the first one is risk. You know, we've got to establish a proper risk framework where we can ensure ESG compliance, our reputation's intact, we get our investment back. So there's a fair bit of work going on, as the group has mentioned, on that proper framework so that it takes away and mitigates some of the risk for a private company such as ours to go into a country and mine.
Your Excellency, Mr. Al-Khaif, Saudi Arabia is working to create industrial clusters. The most prominent that we're seeing is all the work that's happening around the EV space. There are many new assembly plants or manufacturing plants being set up. So can you tell us more about these industries and what is the importance of developing the mining sector to feed into these industries and help you achieve your goals?
Thank you, and absolutely true. I mean, today we have been able to demonstrate that as a result of our industrial strategy, we are actually creating different clusters to develop industries which didn't happen in the past. So Saudi Arabia is the largest importer of cars that doesn't have a local production. But now, luckily, we already announced 3 projects. Actually, Lucid has already produced its first editions that is produced in their plant in King Abdullah city.
And yesterday, PIF announced investing in a Chinese company, and there is also a partnership with Hyundai. So there's a lot happening in that space.
So we have Lucid, we have Seer, which is a local brand, and we have Hyundai. So 3 OEMs, all are focusing on EVs. But what is really important to understand is the value of the automotive is not just bringing the OEM, but actually creating
the value chain.
So also during the FII, PIF announced signing with Brilli to build their first plant here in Saudi. And there's a list of suppliers, tier 1 suppliers that we are attracting to Saudi Arabia. Same thing we are doing also in other sectors, but the relevance between the automotive and mining is very, very clear. Today, if we look at the car is comprised of different metals and plastic or polymers, and both are areas where Saudi Arabia can really contribute very well. So we see great opportunity for our aluminium grades. Today we have a great percentage of our aluminum actually is going to the automotive, and we will continue to utilize this in our automotive, but also in batteries, where it's a combination of metals and chemicals, and we have several investments already have been announced, where we will see companies producing batteries or part of the supply chain of batteries. And more is yet to come. I think one area also we see fits very well with this ecosystem and other ecosystems, especially in the machinery and equipment, is 3D printing and additive manufacturing. This is going to be the future of manufacturing, actually. And today, 3D printing and additive manufacturing have proven to be a very solid source of parts and components to very critical industries such as oil and gas. And today, Aramco, for example, is actually producing parts through 3D printing and additive manufacturing. Very sensitive parts. I mean, I'm talking about parts that are used in oil pumps and downhole equipment. This we will see more and more coming to serve new industries and new sectors, which I think Saudi Arabia will have a great advantage of unlocking, because we don't have the legacy of the different technologies that are now is old technologies. And if we take into account also our ability to develop material coming from metals and materials coming from downstream chemicals in the form of polymers and plastics, so we have a great also opportunity in that area.
Your Excellency, I would like you to close this panel by remarks on what opportunities are you looking at with the African continent? Are there any specific projects or joint ventures that you are looking at right now?
Okay, I will really speak with my heart, really, because 2 years ago, almost, or 2.5 years ago, when we started our first Future Mineral Forum, and when we started to analyze the different challenges in Africa, I never have expected that in 2 years we would have come to where we are today. There's a lot of progress that has happening. I mean, the announcement of the creation of Manara, which is a joint venture between Ma'aden and PIF, is a true demonstration of how our strategy with mining is working. Manara will definitely put Africa as a priority to where we can look at. The way we are seeing the discussion taking place between mining countries and users of minerals, I would say most of the G20 countries. So we have great development to show. Today in Saudi Arabia, I think we have great models to show also Africa, and to bring hope to many African countries that the value of creating mining on the social impact is huge. If you just go and see Wa'ad al-Shamal, it's a complete town that was created at the back of the phosphate operation that we have, and so on. So I'm really optimistic. The signing of the agreements today, and yet also the rest of the different countries, will allow us to show very soon on the ground projects that bring value to the African countries.
Your Excellencies, gentlemen, thank you very much for this conversation, and thank you for attending. Thank you.
And now, we go with another group of signing of agreements and a memorandum of understanding between the Ministry of Tourism in Saudi Arabia a memorandum of understanding for technical cooperation in mining field, representing the industry and the Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, His Excellency Bandar Al Khuraif, and His Excellency Abdul Karim Mohammed Abdul Karim, Minister of Mines and Geology of the Republic of Chad. Memorandum of Understanding for Cooperation in Mineral Resources Sector, representing the Saudi counterpart, His Excellency Bandar Al Khuraif, Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and representing the Senegalese counterpart, His Excellency Omar Sarr, Minister of Mines and Geology of the Republic of Senegal. We announce again the Memorandum of Understanding for Cooperation in Mineral Resources Sector, representing the Saudi counterpart, His Excellency Bandar Al Khuraif, Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and His Excellency Omar Sarr, Minister of Mines and Geology of the Republic of Senegal. Ladies and gentlemen, our sixth session is titled Reimagining Tourism, New Global Cultural and Tourism Destinations, moderated by Yasser Al-Sagaf, presenter at MBC Group. Joining him in this session, Her Highness Princess Haifa bin Mohammed Al Saud, the Saudi Vice Minister of Tourism, His Excellency Hamad Bah, the Gambian Minister of Tourism and Culture, His Excellency Dr. Ibrahim Awal, the Ghanaian Minister of Tourism, Arts and Culture, His Excellency Mr. Siando Fofana, the Minister of Tourism of the Republic of Ivory Coast.
We can have that clap again, no problem. Let's do that. All right. Thank you so much. First of all, thank you for being with us in the Saudi Arab African Economic Conference today. Again, Reimagining Tourism, New Global Cultural and Tourism Destinations. That is the title of our session today. And to start with, of course, we have Their Excellencies, and to begin with, Her Highness Princess Haifa bint Mohammed, Vice Minister of Tourism in KSA. And I would like to say, Your Highness, to start this session, as Saudi tourism is booming, tourism in Africa is booming as well. I would like to ask, how can collaboration today drive sustainability and economic growth in the tourism sector?
Thank you so much, Yasser. Welcome, everyone. I would like to start by welcoming my colleagues, the ministers, and my brothers from Africa. Welcome to Saudi Arabia, your second home. We are so happy to have you here with us yet again. When we opened up in 2019, we realized how important and how critical collaboration is for growth. Because at the end of the day, tourism is just a platform for building bridges between nations. So if we do not all work together from day one and grow together, then single individual growth will get you nowhere. And within that light and that lens, we realized 4 critical areas that we needed to start working on immediately. First and foremost was public and private collaboration, because our sector at the end of the day is private sector led. And without that collaboration and listening to private sector and having them at the forefront of any decision that we make or any action that we make, we won't be able to move forward. The second area were regulatory reforms. In order to really get investors and the private sector in and moving, we need to work on clear regulatory reforms. And we have done so through launching a program on ease and costs of doing business. And we are sharing that know-how and that knowledge with our colleagues from across different nations. Third is the upskilling of the human capital. Because at the end of the day, we are a service-driven sector, and we are a human-centric sector. And therefore, we really must work and put our effort in upskilling and sharing programs. And so we have launched the Riyadh School of Tourism and Hospitality, where 60% of students are going to be international with an equal quota for all countries and all nations. Finally, we needed to put incentives, clear incentives and programs to incentivize private sector on sustainability, because what we are focusing on is regenerative tourism. We don't want just to leave the places as we have found them, but we want to actually ensure that they are better off than when we found them. So incentives is critical. And we aim to do so across and in sharing the knowledge since day one with our colleagues from across the world and specifically within the African nations.
Your Highness, great insights, and we look forward to a lot of success, inshallah, in the future. This brings me to Minister of Tourism of the Republic of Ivory Coast, Your Highness Fofana. Welcome to Saudi Arabia again, and I would like to ask Your Excellency, can you describe the current situation in tourism, specifically in the Ivory Coast, highlighting the importance of this sector and its potential of growth?
Merci. Je pense que le secteur touristique en Afrique en général et en Côte d'Ivoire est en nette progression après que nous ayons eu l'opportunité de rebondir après la période pandémique Covid, nous assistons depuis lors à une plus grande attraction de nos activités. Et donc, ce que je peux dire, c'est que le tourisme...
What I can say in this regard that the tourism and economy include the development of as what we see in Côte d'Ivoire, that tourism in Africa also the vision of cooperation. There's a vision of cooperation with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We can hope that that we will achieve our vision in the field of in the sector of tourism, as the cultural tourism and tourism or environmental tourism as well, and all that is related to tourism in Africa will be a bridge, a means of bridging the difference between any country as Côte d'Ivoire. Does belong to the African continent and also work closely with the number of nations and number of citizens currently is in need to maintain the ecosystem by working on a means of education, and it's a very important environment to ensure that we develop this sector. The cultural tourism plays a major role in our country. Thank you.
Rahim, أول Minister of Tourism, Arts and Culture of Ghana. Ghana has become the center for global entertainment, let's say specifically in the month of December. How can Saudi Arabia and Africa collaborate in the field of entertainment among the youth today?
Thank you. Yes, Ghana has become the center of global entertainment, particularly in December. We launched a program called December in GH, during which time we invite the whole world to come and party and dance and eat. And we have over 150,000 in December alone from across the world. I know Saudi also like music. Your culture is very rich. So I think that Saudi and Ghana, for that matter Africa, can collaborate in making December the most successful month calendar in the year. We in Ghana have a very youthful population. As said by everybody, 70% of our people are below 30 years of age. And they like entertainment. And that entertainment is a tool to drive international tourists to the country. So I think that Saudi Arabia, with a rich culture and rich heritage, can collaborate with Ghana to make the youth very resourceful and tool for economic development and for tourism. So I want to extend a hand of support and cooperation to Saudi Arabia to support both the skills and capacity of our young people, so I can make culture, dance, and entertainment globally friendly, thereby attracting a lot of tourists around the world to Ghana and to Saudi Arabia. Thank you.
Thank you. What about tourism in the Gambia and opportunities for Saudi investments in the Gambia and Africa, with, of course, His Excellency Amat Bah, Minister of Tourism and Culture of Gambia? First of all, welcome, and I would like to ask you the question again. Your Excellency, how about tourism in the Gambia and the opportunities for Saudi investment in the Gambia and Africa?
Thank you very much. First of all, let me extend my sincere greetings to my dear sister, the Deputy Minister, Her Royal Highness Princess Haifa. We always appreciate her contribution in the various forums that we have met. And also my brother, the two longest serving tourism ministers in Africa, is from Côte d'Ivoire and Gambia. We've shared platforms since 2017, up to the time when my brother joined us. I must say that reimagining tourism, generally looking at the topic, I think for me, we must take note of what Saudi Arabia did after COVID, immediately during and after COVID. Saudi came with a very substantive program through the UNWTO and offered through the World Bank substantial amount of money to help recover the industry. As you're aware that during COVID, we came to learn the importance of tourism more often than ever before. People never take the industry seriously. It was during COVID that we came to realize the importance of travel and tourism in the world to the human development and human life in general. When the Saudis came to approach us, particularly the Gambia, for support, the Gambia gave them 100% support to make sure that the Saudi initiative was bought by the UNWTO, which became an inspiring platform in reforming and rethinking and redirecting the tourism sector all over the world. And again, the Saudis' move have given a new image to the Muslim world as to what tourism is all about. Because prior to the Saudis coming in, people have misconception, particularly religious countries, so conservative about what tourism is all about. But with Saudi taking the lead, it has inspired a lot of people. And one important element for the Gambia is about the educational aspect. The educational aspect is key. When Saudi came with the creation of the institution to train over 1 million Saudi students, and offering also to open an academy in Africa, which the Gambia have asked and requested to host, it makes a difference because we cannot do advancement in the industry unless people are trained professionally to deliver professional services to clients. We have realized that tourists who travel all over the world now are not willing to pay more, but want to enjoy more of the little or whatever amount that they pay. And therefore, the issue of quality service comes very key in the promotion and the development of the industry. And that's why the training program, the education of people to understand the services, to deliver quality service become key in our relationship with the Saudi government and people. Last year, the Gambia lost 5,000 qualified personnel in the international job market. And today, we are finding it difficult to retrain, to replace those people. As you understand, we are a country with a lot of development challenges. Resources are not easily accessible because we try to utilize our resources as wisely as possible. Therefore, we need an international support and cooperation in developing one of the oldest institutes of training of tourism hospitality in the Gambia. And we are proud to say that this institute came into being in 1981. And we supported countries like Ghana and many other countries to create and have their own institution today, training people using the Gambian experience. That's why, other than South Africa and Kenya, the Gambia ranked one of the most qualified institutions in training in the hospitality industry. But we need the resources to increase and work on the capacity. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Princess, would you like to re-comment on the
Yes, thank
answer?
you so much, Your Excellency, for mentioning that. Actually, this is a key area. What happened is after COVID, we did the Tourism Recovery Summit, and we actually did that in Kenya to support the African nations as well, and to support this collaboration that His Excellency was talking about. And during that summit, we realized how critical it was to go around and hear from different nations what exactly it was they needed in order to reboost for the tourism sector. And based on that, we sat down and we put together the task force within the UNWTO, which we spearheaded with the Kingdom of Spain. And actually, we have both the Côte d'Ivoire and Senegal as members with us within the task force. They're members representing each and every single continent and region to make sure that we redesign and we reshare resources exactly as His Excellency mentioned, based on the needs of nations to come together and grow again as one within the tourism sector.
Amazing. Your Excellency, let me just recap on your answer. What guarantees are available for the protection of investors and investment in the Gambia?
Well, the Gambia is one of the most stable countries you can find in the whole of the African continent. Yes, we must accept there have been some degree of instability in West Africa. But the issue is in our country, we are guaranteed with stability. Number two, our laws are very clear from the Constitution, from the GAIPA Act, from our members of the World Bank MEGA, and other international tribunal that the Gambia belongs to, give every investor the safety and the reason why you should invest in the Gambia. And we do not have any restriction on any investor for repatriating your profit. As long as you make the profit, you want to take it back, you are free to come. And we have people who are qualified, we have people who are honest, ready to join partnership and support investors who want to invest. And again, we have what we call special investment certificate that we offer to investors who, when they come, they are given a tax holiday. They're given an opportunity not to pay tax up to a period of time until they start generating or seeing some return of dividends in their investment. So our country clearly in this constitution have clearly given every investor a guarantee in our country. And all the laws are there. And we are one of the most independent judiciary in Africa that adjudicate matters based on justice. And this has given investors all the more confidence to come and invest in our country.
Thank you for your answer. We see the passion, of course. Your Excellency, Dr. Ibrahim, I would like to ask you, in the last decades, Saudi Arabia has become popular with Ghana and Africa's, let's say, football powerhouse. How can the two countries collaborate in terms of infrastructure and soccer academies to promote, as we call today, sport tourism?
Thank you so much. Ghana is very popular in football. We've won 4 African Cup of Nations. We have some of the key players, Abedi Pele and the rest came from Ghana. Saudi Arabia is spending over $2 billion in sports. I've seen the Ronaldos coming here, the Neymars coming here. But I want, Excellency, I want to ask you to extend a hand to Africa. Set up academies in Africa. Within 5 to 10 years, the results will show. There's no house in Africa that they don't have footballers. Every household in Africa have footballers. In Ghana, the young coast team are very there. I want us to have a collaboration where we can help Africa set up academies, especially Ghana. We train young people, boys and girls. And I want to assure you that within over the next 4, 5, 10 years, you get the world's best footballers coming from the continent. We've had one before in terms of Liberia's president, Samuel Weah. So Africa is a resource in terms of football sports. Ghana has produced 3 world boxing champions within 15 years. 3. Investment in academy for boxing for football will yield results between Saudi Arabia and Ghana. I therefore think that let's not look at only to the Brazil and then to Europe. Please, let's look at academies in Africa, where we can collaborate and produce young people who can become global players. And football is tourism. Football is big tourism in the world now. So investment in football academies in Africa would drive international tourists between Ghana, therefore Africa, and Saudi Arabia. So please, let's see academic investments in academy in Africa.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Your Excellency Fofana, as the Minister of Tourism of the Ivory Coast, can you relate to us a few of the emerging tourist destinations in Africa, specifically in the Ivory Coast? Let's share insights maybe about the wildlife reserves or the historical sites or any other aspect contributing and enriching the touristic world map.
Merci beaucoup. Je pense que pour la Côte d'Ivoire ainsi que pour et cette authenticité de notre destination réside particulièrement dans la préservation de nos patrimoines au niveau naturel. Il s'agit essentiellement donc je disais que
I was saying that it's also of importance to say that that tourism in Ivory Coast, our main focus is on the importance to continue our efforts in this field, taking into consideration the biodiversity, as is the case in the whole of Africa, specifically in Cote d'Ivoire. The international heritage and the UNESCO, the sites registered with the UNESCO on the field of environmental tourism. It's also important to note that tourism in Cote d'Ivoire plays a major role in our economy, and also to focus on the credibility of these destinations and the authenticity of these destinations, especially in the natural scenery. We continue our efforts in improving the biodiversity to continue on improving tourism in Cote d'Ivoire, as well as the culture tourism. It doesn't receive the appropriate attention, specifically in the cultural aspects, and to understand more about the hidden treasures of Cote d'Ivoire in the field of tourism. It allows the tourists to take adventures and to explore that is to be offered by Cote d'Ivoire. And this indeed is our source of strength in improving the natural habitats in Africa, thus reflecting positively on tourism. And the government is taking keen interest, specifically in the past few years, through building a growth model in the tourism sector that received a wide range of acceptance and interest by other countries. Our wide and beautiful lands one can invest in by benefiting from all the environmental aspects. It's one of the best tourism destinations. So we the government of Cote d'Ivoire, we are focusing on all aspects of tourism as it plays a major role in investment.
I wish you good luck in that development as well, again, in enhancing and enriching the ecosystem and tourism in Ivory Coast specifically. The session addresses various emerging tourism trends. Let me ask you, can you share your thoughts on the growing importance of ecotourism and adventure tourism in the Ivory Coast and Africa, how these trends can contribute in the reinvention of tourism in that region?
Shukran lakum. As far as tourism in our region, I would say that the adventure tourism, that's how we name it, and we mean by it, as I stated previously, what we need in the continent of Africa to focus on our environment, the tourism size, to focus on our diverse geographies that help us to enlarge this industry and to benefit from these locations, and the coastal areas specifically. For example, the biodiversity that we enjoy in our country, the diverse environments, and again, the coastal and the maritime tourism industries, and all that give one that sense of exploration and enable one to explore new destinations. I believe that's a matter of great importance, the originality and the uniqueness of this part of the world that yet to be explored by many tourists throughout the world, that attract many visitors in the region and throughout the world. And also our forests in Cote d'Ivoire that is deemed unique by many of our visitors. Traveling in these forests, one can discover many things and many beautiful aspects of the nature of this ecosystem. Moving on to the mountain areas, another destination for the lovers of the mountain areas and the mountain climbers, for one to engage in more adventures. And moving on to the rivers. And the rivers, for those who love to visit these areas, I believe that this destination plays a great role in tourism. I will add to it the culture tourism that is playing a major role day in and day out, and maybe one of the best elements that we can continue to improve in Salaj and continue our efforts in promoting these destinations to the outside world by maybe building the appropriate infrastructure and these cultural destinations for it to become practical and well known to our visitors.
Or one day, inshallah. Your Excellency, Dr. Ibrahim, how can cultural, we spoke about sports and soccer in specific, but how can cultural exchanges between Saudi and Ghana be leveraged to promote heritage and sustainable tourism?
Thank you so much. Culture is very important as a tool to drive tourism. I think that a good collaboration between Africa and Saudi in terms of cultural exchange. As mentioned, sports is one of it. Sports as a culture can serve as a tool to drive tourism. It's important for us to improve the quality of our people. As said by some of my colleagues, the best tool to deliver in the space of tourism is have people along the tourism value chain who can deliver quality services to the people. And I think that one area that Saudi has gone very far is skills improvement of those in the sector. And that the collaboration between Africa and Saudi in improving the skills of our tourist operators is very important. Also in the area of football, as I mentioned, football has become a global phenomenon. You can only imagine what happens during the World Cup or African nations or Asian football. So a collaboration between the two continents, the two continents of Africa and Saudi Arabia in terms of music, in terms of dance, in terms of football, and other sport activities is very crucial to driving relationship between the two, the continent of Africa and then Saudi Arabia. One area that we need to do is to improve the SMEs within the cultural tourism of Africa. Last year, our government spent about $20 million to improve the strength of tourism SMEs. When they are strong, they are able to do well and attract tourists. So a collaboration between Ghana, Africa, and then Saudi Arabia in areas of football, in areas of sports, in the area of music, dance, and culture would help drive and improve tourism among the two sectors. Important.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Please, Your Excellency.
Thank you. Just a quick one on this one. The Gambia is celebrating the 200 years of return of slaves in one of our islands called the Janjambure Island. We have extended an official invitation to the Saudi government through His Excellency Mr. Hatib, the Minister of Tourism. We want to demonstrate to the world what I strongly believe, that culture is a source of inspiration for national development. If you don't know your past, you don't know where you come from, you will not have a proper guide as to where you're going. And that's why we believe as a government, culture is key in all our development. And your culture demonstrates your way of behavior, how you live together, and how you also think together. Now, Gambia has a very rich culture, indeed. And that's why we believe part of our policy, our national development tourism policy, culture is at the center stage. Let me give you an example. When Prince Sultan bin Abdulaziz, the Minister of Energy, when he was in charge of culture in 2019, he invited me here. I visited your museum here in Riyadh. There is a national museum that I visited. One of the things that inspired me most when I went to that museum, I saw how 6 people from the royal family joined by others, total of 11 people roundabout, led the revolution to liberate this country from the Ottoman Empire. That was very inspiring for me. And I believe everybody must use your past to be able to measure as to how you move your country forward. Culture for us is key. We have our food culture, our dress culture, and we must differentiate tradition from culture. And the mistake people are making is they cannot differentiate these two things. Tradition is one thing, culture is another thing. And that's why it is important in us as leaders in formulating our policies. It is very important that we take into account our cultural practices and knowing also what our traditional beliefs are, so that we can match and build a cohesive society. Because in the absence of respecting people's culture and tradition, you can never get national unity or national cohesion. So it is key in national development because it brings instability, where everybody feels that you are recognized in what you believe, you are respected in what you believe, you are respected in what you belong to. You feel part of that society. And that's why our policies must be guided in everything that we do and to differentiate between tradition and culture.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And speaking of collaboration, Princess Haifa, collaboration often requires both multilateral and bilateral coordination. In what ways can we strengthen coordination mechanisms to foster mutual growth, specifically in the tourism sector?
I want to start by building off of a common theme that we just heard from their excellencies, which is the importance of authenticity and culture. People travel today to meet the like-minded and explore something new, something that they didn't know, to gain knowledge. And you can only gain knowledge and really be touched when you see and sense the culture of someone else and learn through their differences what similarities you have. And you will find that they are quite a lot. So building off of that, really, when we came to look at how we can enhance bilateral agreements, we didn't just look at, we started late. We opened up our doors in 2019. But, you know, our fellow African nations their doors have been open and they've been welcoming the world so beautifully, so warmly, full of love and culture for years. And so we wanted to build on that. And I'll just give you a few examples. We wanted to also, yes, share knowledge, share data, share resources, which we are doing so through our agreements. But we also want to build on the things that they have established. For example, His Excellency Fofana spoke a lot about several reforms that they are working on within ecotourism and within adventure as well. And this is part of a 9-reform program that is massive that they are doing in the Côte d'Ivoire that we are very much engaged with them on and would like to action and transfer that knowledge to Saudi Arabia. Another example, and if you remember, I spoke at the very beginning of the different elements that are needed for collaboration to drive growth. We spoke about regulatory reform, which is what we're working with the Côte d'Ivoire on. The second one, we spoke about the importance of promotion within collaboration. And there's a beautiful campaign that was launched in Ghana on the return, the year of the return. And since they have launched that campaign, their numbers have been increasing since 2019. So this is definitely something for us to work on and to learn from. Finally, within Gambia, we spoke about the third thing, which is critical, which is upskilling the human capital. And they launched an amazing program on upskilling and building capacity program with the UNESCO, where they are training Gambians on how to preserve their cultural assets. And these are all areas in which we can learn from, collaborate with, and move forward on. This is when we're talking about our bilateral agreement and bilateral strength. But when we're talking about multilateral as well, it's important to launch programs that will benefit everyone. For example, we worked with the UNWTO on launching the best tourism villages, because there are so many villages that describe and encapsulate exactly what was mentioned by their excellencies, that are so rich in cultural and heritage, but require the support of recognition. And so we have done so through the best tourism villages. And so far, 3 African villages have gained that recognition, 2 in Morocco and 1 in Ethiopia. And more villages are going to come moving forward.
Amazing. Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you, Your Excellencies, for a great and insightful session, Reimagining Tourism, New Global Cultural and Tourism Destinations. That was the title of our sessions, and thank you so much for being with us. Ladies and gentlemen, that was it, and thank you for being here with us today.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we go ahead with the signing of agreements, starting with a memorandum of understanding between Ministry of Tourism in Saudi Arabia and Ministry of Tourism and Leisure in Côte d'Ivoire on tourism cooperation. Representing the Saudi counterpart, Vice Minister of Tourism, Her Highness Princess Haifa bint Mohammed Al Saud. And representing Côte d'Ivoire, His Excellency Minister of Tourism, Sindou Fofana. Followed by a development loan agreement between the Saudi Fund for Development and the Republic of Mozambique for the rehabilitation and upgrade of 2 sections of the National Road Project worth 187.5 million Saudi riyals, representing the Saudi counterpart for this agreement and the following ones: His Excellency, CEO of Saudi Fund for Development, Mr. Sultan Al Marshad. And from the Mozambique counterpart, His Excellency, Minister of Economy and Finance, Mr. Ernesto Max Elias Tonela. and the development loan agreement between the Saudi Fund for Development and the Republic of Mozambique for the construction and equipping of 5 hospitals in different regions project worth 187.5 million Saudi riyals. And development loan agreement between the Saudi Fund for Development and the Republic of Mozambique for the construction of Muera Dam project worth 187.5 million Saudi riyals. And a development loan agreement between the Saudi Fund for Development and the Republic of Benin for the construction of higher college for teacher preparation and the scientific secondary school project worth 150 million Saudi riyals. Representing the Saudi counterpart, His Excellency CEO of Saudi Fund for Development, Mr. Sultan Al Marshid. And representing Benin, His Excellency Minister of Economy and Finance, Mr. Romualdo Wadagani. Development loan agreement between the Saudi Fund for Development and the Republic of Cabo Verde for the rehabilitation of watersheds in the islands of Santiago, San Antonio, and Bovista, project worth 63.75 million Saudi riyals. Representing the Saudi counterpart, His Excellency CEO of Saudi Fund for Development, Mr. Sultan Al Marshid. And representing the Cabo counterpart, His Excellency Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance and Business Development, Mr. Olavo Avelino Correa. Ladies and gentlemen, our 7th and final session for this evening is titled Roadmap for Sustainable Development, moderated by Dr. Fahad Al-Dosari, Chairman, Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa, Badia. Joining him in this session, His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Al-Jasir, Chairman of the Islamic Development Bank, ISDB Group, and Dr. Abdul Hamid Al-Khalifa, Director General of OPEC, Fund for International Development, and His Excellency Dr. Sidi Tah, President of the Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa, Badia. Professor Kevin Orama, Chief Economist and Vice President for Economic Governance and Knowledge Management, African Development Bank Group.
تبي شيء دكتور؟
جيب لي هيدفونز الله يخليك لأن الصوت هنا مش كويس أبغى هيدفون. تفضل. بسم الله.
Of both regions, and also the collaboration doesn't just create synergy that uplifts the economies, but also plays a pivotal role in fostering sustainable development. We all recognize many opportunities exist in various sectors that can explore through this cooperation. One of the crucial areas is food security, where both regions can collaborate to ensure adequate and stable food security, and it's also maintained. This does not only help the economic stability and development, but also translate in improving the welfare of the people in both regions. Another significant area is the mutual interest in trade and investment. By fostering solid trade relationship and encouraging investment, the regions can stimulate economic growth, create job opportunities, and improve their citizens' living standards. Furthermore, the exchange of knowledge and experiences between the two regions is an integral part of this cooperation. By sharing best practices, insights, and expertise across diverse fields, in both regions, which can drive innovation, improve efficiency, and strengthen their competitive advantage on a global scale. Without further ado, allow me to again welcome our panelists to this session and initiate the discussion with our distinguished panelists. And if I may start with you, Your Excellency, Dr. Mohammed Al-Jasser. For almost 50 years, the Arab Coordination Group has been contributing to the development of economies and communities for a better, sustainable future, for a strategic alliance as well. It leads the way to development finance and also creating meaningful lives and livelihood. A question to you, Your Excellency, given the experience of the Arab Coordination Group, what would be the optimal approach for an African country to take its, if it's looking to partnership with this ACG group in general, and specifically to the Islamic Development Bank Group?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you, Dr. Fahad. And I want to, at the outset, thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, my beloved country, for organizing this wonderful get-together between two major components of the global economy to exchange views and to coordinate positions. All they have to do is to call. I mean, and they know the numbers. But more seriously, we have been at this for a very long time. I mean, the activities between the Arab lending institutions and the African continent has started in 1975. The first project that the Islamic Development Bank has financed was in Cameroon. It was a hydro power dam in 1976. So since then, more than $220 billion of projects were financed over the years. This is a very important relationship. I think our African brothers and sisters appreciate that relationship. I think the Arab Coordination Group, countries and institutions also see not only the value, but also the benefit to ourselves and to the global economy of such a special relationship. Whenever I visited countries in Africa, I hear wonderful stories about the impact, the developmental impact of the operations between the Arab Coordination Group, lending institutions, including the Islamic Development Bank, and our African members. It is very important to mention that that up to 2022, more than $67 billion have been done by the Islamic Development Bank alone, out of those 220. And it is also to be mentioned that more than 37 billion are to be lent up to 2027. The very significant part of that is in agriculture. About $9.8 billion are going to be lent for the agricultural sector. And I think this is a very significant point because agriculture has not been getting all the attention it deserves. And I think with the food crisis that happened, it had exposed that weakness in the economic structures of Africa. So we in the Arab Coordination Group institutions and the African partners that we have been working with, and as you know, we have more than 27 members in the African continent that are members of the Islamic Development Bank. So we have been dealing with most of the countries in Africa, and we have been financing all kinds of projects, be it especially in the infrastructure area. There has been wonderful achievements, be it in dams, be it in power stations, be it in highways, be it in agriculture, be it in education, be it in health. All sectors have been touched by that relationship. So the relationship is extremely positive, extremely strong, extremely well coordinated. If there is one downside of it that I need to mention here, is that whenever I visit some of our members, they share with us their complaints about the delay in some of the projects. Some of the projects take very long time. And I think it is incumbent upon us as the Arab Coordination Group and lending institutions and our partners at the African side to really find ways of ensuring that projects are implemented on time, within budget. Because projects that are not completed are really, the benefits are not there. Yeah. And when the benefits are not there, it is missed opportunities that we cannot afford, and the beneficiaries, the citizens of these countries, cannot afford to miss out. So we have a wonderful relationship. I think the challenge is how to generate more projects that are very feasible and that can be delivered on time and within budget. And I think we have been working on that very well over the years.
Thank you, Your Excellency, and congratulations on the achievement so far. And as you mentioned, the partnership is very important, and it's very good to have this openness also to enhance and also further are strengthening the partnership. And I'm sure one benefit from this event is also to strengthen that and have that open dialogue between the two regions. If I may move to Professor Kevin, and in your role as Vice President of the African Development Bank, you have pioneered novel, knowledge-rich initiatives that enhance our flagship report about Africa, and drawing on the African Development Bank's extensive experience in Africa and its numerous reports on the continent. Maybe a question, if I may, can ask you to identify potential opportunities for Arab-African economic collaboration in light of the continent's economic landscape and global dynamics.
Thank you very much. And since I'm speaking the first time, let me also take this opportunity to thank the government of Saudi Arabia for inviting us to this very important gathering. Having sat here since morning and hearing very exciting and insightful perspectives from our leaders from both parts of the equation, Saudi Arabia and also Africa, a lot of the opportunities for collaboration has already been identified in all the sectors, be it in mining or in agriculture, in energy sector, and so many other things. And then also some of the barriers to that, to deepening that collaboration has also been identified, one of which is the de-risking of projects in Africa. But let me start by also just rehashing the key points which already have been raised about the demographic dividends in Africa and the need for expanding collaboration with regard to human capital development, learning lessons from Saudi Arabia and Africa with regard to how to do development, especially for the resource-rich countries on the continent that share a lot of similarities with Saudi Arabia and the Arab world with regard to the structure of the economy. We know that Africa is 1.4 billion people, most of whom are youths, and the future, a quarter of the world population will be in Africa. We also know of the huge potentials in green minerals for the future, over 40% of green minerals being hosted on the continent, and specifically in renewable energy, where Saudi Arabia and Africa and the Arab world has been collaborating quite a lot already. Africa has over 45% of the global technical potential in renewable energy. But there are so many other aspects which have not been raised in terms of the gas to power, because again, Saudi Arabia has a lot of potentials in this area, and so do many countries in Africa. And I'm raising that one specifically because there have been discussions around climate change, and COP28 is just about to happen, and the discussions around transitions in energy systems could lead to asset stranding in some of these resources, which both parties, Saudi Arabia and many African countries, are rich in. So collaborating in finding ways that that energy transition could be just and equitable to both sides is also another area in terms of knowledge partnerships that I would suggest that we need to try and focus on as we move forward. But then there are so many areas of collaboration that has already been mentioned in terms of expanding trade diversification and scaling up the trade between both parties is also another area. That's, if you look at a lot of the statistics, the direction of travel is in the right direction, doubling of trade of exports between Africa and Saudi Arabia and many of the Arab countries. But a lot more could be done to harness huge opportunities in key sectors. And one of the points raised this morning was the issue about risk. And just to demystify that, let me just quote one study by Moody's Analytics, which actually shows that Africa's risk premium is ill-perceived. If you looked at that study, over 800 large infrastructure projects they studied in many years, Africa was the least defaulter in terms of repayment of those loans at 1.9%. And this is compared to 12.4% in Eastern Europe, 10.1% in Latin America, 6.6% in Northern America, and also 4.6% in both Asia and Western Europe. So this is to encourage the Saudi private sector that investing in Africa is not only a good investment, but it's also an investment that can lead to shared prosperity between Africa and the Saudi Arabia and or the Arabian continent. Huge opportunities in agriculture, worth now up to $1.3 trillion US market by 2030. If you look at renewable energy potentials, that market is also worth over $1 trillion in Africa by 2030. And with all the green minerals we have all talked about, Africa has the potential to be leading in the green transition, especially with electric vehicles and battery storage technologies, which will be worth over $7 trillion shortly. And key other areas have been mentioned in digitization. I think Professor Njuguna raised the issue about Africa's leadership in mobile money and the huge potentials we have among our youths to be leveraged. But I think what we need to do is to look practically in terms of what are those key sectors of mutual interest and what are those key practical steps that needs to be taken to ensure that harnessing those opportunities creates shared prosperity. And we've discussed a lot about mining, and I'm very happy to hear that Saudi Arabia is now stepping up their game in mining. But my question would be for African countries and Saudi Arabia to try and look for a new model of how to use that mining to create shared prosperity and achieving sustainable development goals by citing those industries in those communities where those mining and minerals are found, instead of the old way of transporting away raw materials to distant lands and then finding markets after. Because we are serving a 1.4 billion people on the continent, soon to be 2.5 billion. We're also serving a very large middle class that Professor Njuguna has already talked about. And we'll also be saving the world a lot of CO2 emissions involved in shipping heavy minerals back and forth and also shipping products. So the carbon footprints of products will also be reduced. So in all, to drive sustainable development, we really need to think about more inclusive development models and strategic industrial policies that can allow both continents to benefit from the huge resources that God has blessed both continents.
dans ce domaine. Et nous avons différents projets dans le marché, même dans les pays plus difficiles. Il y a également le partenariat. Nous avons des partenariats comme par exemple la Banque de développement.
The vision of the stakeholders and having more importance in Africa and also having more operations in Africa. And I agree with you on the importance of the Arab Coordination Group as well as a group and supporting Africa. And if I may now move to His Excellency Dr. Sidi and the purpose of the Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa to deepen ties between Arab world and Africa, established by League of Arab States in working towards deepening integration with the objective to making trade an engine of inclusive and sustainable growth in the region. Badia has rich legacy in promoting financial and development cooperation between the two regions. A question to you, Your Excellency, what are the main best practices and lessons learned from financing sustainable development in Africa, and how can we leverage these increased financial flows and expedite sustainable development?
Thank you, Chairman. So at the outset, I would like to commend this initiative taken by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, which is an initiative very important for Badia for many reasons. First, Badia, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is the largest shareholder of Badia, and also Badia has an exclusive mandate on Africa. And we do believe that this initiative will pave the way for upscaling the development impact of the Arab aid in Africa, but also boosting investment flows and the trade exchange between the two regions. Coming back to your question, Chairman, regarding sustainability, one may need to precise that sustainability is by definition balancing the use of resources between the present and the future. And from an African perspective, the present needs are really very important. And in some cases, when you have a country with the rate of access to electricity of 10%, the present needs are huge compared to the developed country where the future may look more attractive. As far as the lesson learned from Badea's experience over the past 5 decades, there are many lessons learned, but for the sake of time, I will focus on 3 lessons. The first lesson is about understanding the need of African countries. One cannot fund a successful project in an African country if there is no good understanding of what is needed by the country and the population. And one of the reasons the Arab Coordination Group has been successful in Africa is precisely because the Arab Coordination Group don't bring ready-made solution for African countries, but rather listen to African countries, understand their needs, and based on their needs, design with them the right project to tackle their needs. So it's very important in the African context to understand what is needed by the African countries themselves before providing any solution. The second lesson learned is the importance of relying on African institutions. Africa has many regional banks, regional foundation and organization, and it is of utmost importance for any donors or partner to first rely on these institutions in channeling the aid or the investment or any way of partnership. So the Arab Coordination Group has been very successful, and the Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa, BADEA, is proud to be part of this group because the group has been able to work very closely with the regional institution and to channel part of the aid and part of the financing through these institutions. And I'm happy that I see in the room many of these institutions, and the Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa is really glad to have partnered with many of you who are today present, regional banks, foundation, organization, regional economic commission, and so on. The third lesson is about partnership, and I think Dr. Mohamed Jasser has already mentioned that in his speech. So it's very important to partner. And there is an African proverb which says, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And this is very important, and it is the essence of the SDG 17. And the Arab Coordination Group is a very clear testimony and very successful testimony of what partnership can bring. And if we look at what the Arab Coordination Group has brought to Africa in terms of infrastructure, be it in the infrastructure, in the road, in the port, airport, but also in water, electricity, rural development, education, health, and so on. So partnership is key, and I do believe that the best model of partnership is the one which has been brought by the Arab Coordination Group in Africa.
Thank you, Your Excellency, and I couldn't agree more on the importance of being relevant to Africa, and I think this is what you mentioned by understanding the needs, which is very important, and also building partnerships with the regional development funds and banks in Africa. That's how you gain experience as well. Thanks. If I may, Your Excellency, ask you about the Islamic Development Bank Group outstanding projects and programs, how those could help stimulate the future collaboration between the Arab and African regions.
As I mentioned earlier at the outset, the Islamic Development Bank has been involved with Africa since 1976. And that's why we have more than $67 billion of projects financed over the years. But I think the most important thing is the themes behind all of that engagement. And the most important theme is integration. Africa is ripe for integration because it has all the components of development, but they need to be fitted together in a very nice way. For example, the highway, the Trans-Sahara Highway, that is a very critical link that integrates North Africa with the Sahel and South Africa. Very important project. We have also been engaged in developing bridges over very important rivers in Africa. We have been involved, for example, in developing dams like the Marwi in Sudan and over the Nile and over the Senegal River. Very important for the integration of Africa. I think even the power generation and the grid that has been built to connect parts of Africa is very important. So the theme of integrating Africa is very dear to us at the Islamic Development Bank, and we found it to be very, very useful. For example, the Arab-Africa trade bridges. This is something that the ITFC of the Islamic Development Bank has been championing and has been helping the countries to work with. There is a partnership on education. It's called, it is developed with the GPE, with the Global Partnership for Education, about $500 million to spread modern education in Africa. We have also built an alliance to fight avoidable blindness, which has been one of the serious issues in some of the African countries. And luckily, the Islamic Development Bank, with the help and collaboration of doctors all over the Muslim world, have been providing that service. So integrating the African economy is paramount, and the time is ripe for that. And we hope that with the help of all of the development partners, be it the African Development Bank or the Arab Coordination Group development institutions, we can cooperate with our African friends to really further that, because all the resources are there. All we need is just to really put them together in a very productive way and deliver them to those who need them. And therefore, if I have to leave one word for this session, it's the integration of Africa. Let's work on it.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And maybe I can build on saying all the resources are here. A question to you, Professor Kevin. How we better direct development finance to address key obstacles and challenges to development?
Thank you again. In channeling development finance to Africa, we find some paradoxes, which I believe, if addressed, we will be able to better channel development financing to Africa. And there are two levels. One, and in the short term, we need to, as African countries, work a lot on getting our houses in order. With regard to improving economic stability, I think the finance minister from Nigeria raised it during his intervention. So that, because we do know that when you have the right matrix with regard to the risk profiles of countries, both public and private financing flows become easier. So this is to do for African countries to address issues about illicit flows of capital that also can trap the bleeding of a lot of financing from Africa, over $96 billion exit the continent through illicit means currently, annually. So, and if we're able to keep that in the continent, that will help quite a lot. Then the second part of it for me is about sustainable borrowing and prudent debt management. Currently, we also know that in our estimates, Africa will be spending about $74 billion by 2024 in just, debt service payments. And that debt service payment is not dealing with the principal and also the high cost of capital that risks of debt default and debt vulnerability on the continent causes. That's another 74 billion of US dollars that can be kept on the continent if we borrowed rightly and improve the productivity and quality of debt on the continent. Then the third part of it for me is basically improving co-financing and partnerships, like what we have all been doing with the Islamic Development Bank, with Badea, with all the other agencies, to try and bring as much capital as possible in addressing the issues. And then the fourth one is investing in building the capacity of African institutions to be able to develop bankable projects. Because quite often that's the catch-24 with regard to attracting financing to countries. But in the longer term, when you look at all these issues I've raised, then you find that the global financial architecture itself, even the debt architecture itself, needs to be looked at. Because the way it's currently designed, it seems to trap Africa and most of the poor countries in a trap of poverty, debt financing, and debt vulnerability, and it's just a vicious cycle of high capital, high repayment costs that takes away resources from addressing the immediate challenges of development and SDGs in the countries. Like Africa currently is spending around 11.3% of its total government earnings revenue on debt servicing. And that is taken away from investing in education, in human capital, in infrastructure, and all these other things we have been talking about. And the reason is because of what I said in the beginning, the wrong perception about risks and risk measurement on the continent, where Africa is losing over $74.5 billion annually, again, because of wrong measurements of risks by risk rating agencies in countries. And again, that is because of lack of information about Africa, and that's where the issues about research and development, data and transparency comes to play. And conferences like this becomes very helpful in helping to know better about the continent, like the fact that was raised, Africa is a resilient economy, GDP growth second highest in the world since 2024, since the COVID-19, over 52 countries in the continent growing at more than 5%, and 5 of the fastest growing economies in the world being in Africa, and the low rate of risk of default in investments on the continent. That work on knowledge and knowledge capacity is also very crucial. But in the longer term, that rating agencies need to have a look at how the risk methodologies are being done, and also the global financing architecture in itself that prioritizes financial flows to the wealthier countries than the countries where we need them most in terms of the SDGs. And just using climate finance for an example, we find in our African Economic Outlook Report 2022 that it is totally misaligned with climate vulnerability and risk. So the more vulnerable you are as a country, the less likely you are to receive climate financing, which was designed to address climate vulnerability. And a lot of these vulnerable countries, climate vulnerable countries, are in Africa, again, because of lack of institutional capacity for adaptation and mitigation on the continent. So generally, trying to have a deeper look at how we address financial flows, how we address and measure risks, and how debt sustainability analysis is being done will help quite a lot in turning the tide with regard to channeling financing to Africa in the longer term. But in the shorter term, countries also need to deal with the issues about de-risking the macro environment to allow financing to come in through partnerships and other things that has been discussed at this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. And if I may ask Dr. Abdelhamid, if you could elaborate on the recent initiatives towards championing the energy sector within the continent. And we would appreciate also if you can share some of the standout moments of that effort.
Thank you. If you look at the gap, the investment gap, to meet any SDGs, you will find the widest is in energy sector, and that is the very important issue to take into consideration. If we are going to meet the SDG 7, which is clean and affordable energy access, we have to make sure that 90 million people in Africa has access to energy every year, and 130 million has access to clean cooking every year till 2030. So this is a very big challenge, and OPEC Fund has realized this, and we have been working, as I said, in Africa in all infrastructure projects, but also giving more focus on energy. And we have done many energy-related projects, but these projects are also ranging from providing a complete solution, like our project in Mozambique with other partners also, where private sector take care of the generation, and also public sector complement that with transmission. And this is that was a very big project done with World Bank and other partners. But also other projects like in Egypt, where we have participated in Komombo project, which is a green project for energy generation, which is a large scale. But also we have participated in a smaller scale projects in smaller countries and small grids. All of these comes also to a very small project, which is clean cooking. Clean cooking is very serious problem that not only Africa, but 2.6 billion people around the world suffers from, and it has a very significant and serious health risks, but also it has a climate and environmental impact. And we have worked with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, which is a very important member in OPEC Fund, and the largest member in the OPEC Fund, to solve this issue. And we have a pilot in Madagascar that is under implementation, where we partner with some UN agencies, but also with other MDBs. And we are launching that project, which will be which will have three components. The first component is to provide those people who have no access to clean cooking devices with those devices, just to make sure that they are using clean devices and taking them from the health risk. But second component is reforestation of the forests. And the third component is women empowerment. And the lady that used to spend 10 hours every day going to the forest and bringing wood and firing them and cooking, she will spend only 10 minutes. And we will invest this time to educate her and give her maybe more human capital that will enable her to participate in her life in a better way. So that is just very briefly how we are working in the energy sector in Africa. But we have a range of projects that ranges from projects that takes billions of dollars to be implemented and benefit maybe hundreds of thousands, to a small project that is directed to the household in the continent. So that is briefly what we are doing.
Thank you, Doctor. I know we exceed our time today. Lots of opportunities that we can bring the two regions together. Thank you very much to our distinguished panelists, and thank you very much all for listening to us. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you. Thank you, our esteemed panelists, for this insightful session. Your Excellency, Dr. Mohammed Al-Jasir, please remain on stage for your announcement. Dr. Mohammed, the mic is yours.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful.
Members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It is with a profound sense of responsibility and optimism that I speak to you today on this August occasion. As the collective voice of the heads of the Arab Coordination Group, the ACG, I bear a message of solidarity and action for a continent poised for a remarkable leap of progress. Our conviction in the promise of Africa, its dynamic societies and its spirited youth is unwavering. However, we are acutely aware of the developmental challenges the continent faces. The repercussions of the recent global pandemic, the challenges of food security, and the escalation of climate crisis. No development challenge is insurmountable, no matter its enormity. Our faith tells us that God helps those who help themselves. Echoing that, Nelson Mandela said, "Everyone can rise above their circumstances and achieve success if they are dedicated to and passionate about what they do." In this spirit of support and cooperation, I am honored to announce the ACG's pledge of $50 billion over the coming 7 years. $50 billion over the coming 7 years to help spur Africa's development. This commitment marks a significant increase from our past contributions and signifies our firm belief in the continent's resilience and untapped potential.
Our comprehensive pledge encompasses several critical domains. First, bolstering health systems and vaccine availability to confront not only the COVID-19, but also other prevailing health challenges. Second, amplifying digital connectivity and fostering innovation, offering the youth new avenues for employment and entrepreneurial endeavors. Third, advancing the deployment of renewable energy sources and climate adaptation measures to curb emissions and elevate resilience to environmental challenges, to environmental changes. Reinforcing governance and institutional frameworks, as well as creating foundations for lasting peace and stability. And fifth, encouraging regional integration and enhancing trade capabilities, propelling economic competitiveness and accelerating growth. In delivering on this pledge, the ACG's approach will be one of partnership and inclusivity. We are committed to working hand in hand with the African nations, regional entities, civil society groups, the private sector, and fellow development institutions. Our goal is to ensure that these investments are impactful, transformative, and aligned with the priorities outlined by Africa's own vision for its future. Moreover, the ACG will utilize its extensive global networks and in-depth expertise to draw in additional resources and forge new partnerships in support of Africa's development objectives. Together, we will journey towards a future that is rich in opportunity and free from the constraints of poverty and inequality. A future where Africa's vast potential is fully unlocked for the benefit of all its people. May God help us all. Thank you very much. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you indeed, Your Excellency, and please remain on stage for the group photo. Esteemed guests, please join us in welcoming the following entities for the group photo. Abu Dhabi Fund for Development, Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa, Arab Fund for Economic and Social Development, Arab Gulf Program for Development, Arab Monetary Fund, Islamic Development Bank, Kuwait Fund for Arab Economic Development, OPEC Fund for International Development, Qatar Fund for Development, Saudi Fund for Development. Thank you indeed. And now we go ahead with the final group for signing agreements. Starting with agreement on the Oganando Peri-Urban Dairy Sector Development Project Phase 2 in Burkina Faso between the Islamic Development Bank and the Ministry of Economy, Finance and Prospect in Burkina Faso. Representing the Saudi counterpart, His Excellency, Mr. Abu Bakr, And the counterparts are His Excellency Mr. Abu Bakr Nakanabu, Minister of Economy, Finance and Prospect in Burkina Faso. And representing the Saudi counterpart, His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Al Jasir, President of the Islamic Development Bank. Followed by a signing of agreement for rural water supply and sanitation in Upper and Middle Guinea between the Islamic Development Bank and the Ministry of Economy and Finance in Guinea. Representing the Saudi counterpart, His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Al Jasir, President of the Islamic Development Bank. And representing Guinea, His Excellency Mr. Musa Sisi, Minister of Economy and Finance in Guinea. Followed by a Memorandum of Understanding Management of Badia Grant for Palestinian people between the Islamic Development Bank and the Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa. Represented by His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Al Jasir, President of the Islamic Development Bank for the Saudi counterpart. And His Excellency Dr. Fahad Al-Dosari, Chairman of the Board of Directors at the Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa, Badia. Thank you, Your Excellency. Technical agreement for technical requirements for the import of cattle, sheep, and goat meat and their products. Representing the Saudi counterpart, Sami Sagar, VP of Operations of SFDA. And Minister of Agriculture of South Africa, Tuku Didiza.
Your Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the Saudi Arab African Economic Conference. Today, we have heard a great deal of positivity regarding the future of the Saudi Arab-African relations, with leaders and decision makers talking in depth about how to join forces and enhance cooperation between the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the Arab world, and the African nations for a more prosperous, equitable, and stable economic future. Thank you everyone again for being with us today, and we look forward to meeting you in future conferences. Have a great rest of your evening. Thank you.